You're just lost for words. He is just brilliant. Georgie Best, Diego Maradona, Johan Cruyff.
Forwards when we don't concede. I want to go, you're not a forward, but somehow Pep Guardiola has convinced him that is the case, and he's been speaking about trying to win the quadruple.
Yeah, being in the Premier League and 14 points in front, final the Carabao quarterfinals are going to play Saturday and quarterfinals for Champions League. We could not be better. But like I said before, so we will be judged for the titles we can win or lift. And still there are many things, and today is good. We're going to celebrate it. Everybody's fit, 20 players, composer, but everything can change immediately in one day. So now we're going to play again after international break. I don't know the people who's going to come back. Now we are in the same path, but go to a national team, 1 week off, and I don't know how we're going to react. Immediately we have Leicester, Champions League, Leeds, Champions League, and I don't know what's going to happen. So that's why the best way we can do is, like you said today, forget about the quarterfinals. It's just focus and play the best way as possible today. Try to win the game. Forget about it, the quarterfinals, and the quarterfinals will be the same.
I suppose the issue here, Stephen, is it's hard to dampen the expectation. I mean, the Telegraph this morning, the newspaper in England, said City are unquestionably the great side of this season's Champions League, while the Guardian said Manchester City made this second leg appear a different sport. The quadruple stuff, you know, I think we had it a couple of seasons ago. It's just starting to rumble back again.
It's difficult to see who's going to stop them domestically. They're going to win the Premier League title this season. Their advantage in that competition is so supreme, and it really is hard to envisage them being beaten in either of the cup competitions on their way to lifting those trophies. I think there are some potentially fascinating tests for them in the UEFA Champions League. I don't think that City are a foregone conclusion to win the Champions League, because very often in recent years we've seen just how difficult it is even for the favourites to go the distance. You know, there are always those unexpected moments that come along that derail you, and even in two-legged ties, just a very poor 10 or 15 minutes can really badly impact you. We saw it in particular when they went out to Liverpool a couple of seasons ago, and they started that first leg at Anfield really poorly, and it almost felt like it was tie over before we played quarter of an hour. But I spoke to Pep Guardiola a couple of weeks ago after they won at Goodison Park against Everton in the Premier League, when they were on this incredible unbeaten run, and they put in another phenomenal performance that evening against Everton, won the game 3-0, seemingly were able to step up a gear at will, score when it suited them to do so without ever stretching themselves. And Carlo Ancelotti spoke glowingly about City as being the overwhelming dominant force of English football at that particular moment. And even Pep Guardiola, who has an awful lot of admiration for Carlo Ancelotti, when he heard that, couldn't prevent himself breaking into a smile, and you had to accept at that point, when you're getting praise from somebody who's won the UEFA Champions League 3 times, that yeah, maybe I have got something right here this season, and we're on to something pretty good.
Gladbach, meanwhile, have lost 7 in a row for the first time since 1989. Of course, Marco Rose departing as head coach in the summer, and Lars Stindl, Gladbach captain, said we tried to play our way through, but against a side like City and the way they play, it is so hard. So Manchester City are into the quarterfinals of the Champions League. A reminder, as the Chelsea players are warming up at Stamford Bridge right now, full live commentary on Chelsea, Atletico on the way, plus update of Bayern Lazio.
Visit UEFA.tv for free video highlights of the Champions League and live match streaming of other UEFA competitions. Enjoy the new home of UEFA's youth, women's and futsal competitions, and get closer to the action with special behind-the-scenes content and player interviews. It's all for free, so head over to UEFA.tv now to register.
Okay, it is time for our daily UEFA Champions League quiz. This is last person standing. We're putting our Matchday Live panel under pressure. Kevin, Stephen and Jackie are under the spotlight here. This is how last person standing works. We have a trivia teaser to which there are 20 correct answers. We go around the group and everyone takes turns to answer. If you guess right, you stay in the game, and the last person standing wins. It's all in the title. So let's give the panel the question, and I'll run through the rules again for our listeners. Tonight, we want the top 20 appearance makers in Champions League history. So this is Champions League era players. So we're talking 1992 onwards, top 20 appearance makers in the UEFA Champions League. There's probably a couple at home that spring to mind immediately. And a reminder, this is how last person standing works. We have that question, we go around the group, everyone takes a turn to answer. If you guess right, you stay in the game, the last person standing wins. Have any of you won it yet?
I have not. I have had my reputation shredded.
Jackie won. Okay, so we've got
100% record, which means
great. We've got a defending champion in the house. Okay, so Jackie is the person to beat. We'll go Kevin, Jackie, and Stephen. How about that? Okay, so let's have the music. So first up, Kevin Hatchard.
Lionel Messi.
Correct. 148 appearances. Jackie.
Iker Casillas.
Correct. Top appearance maker 177. Stephen.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Second top appearance maker 175. Kevin.
Sergio Ramos.
Correct. In the top 10, 127. Jackie.
Pepe Reina.
Pepe Reina is not in the list. Jackie, I'm afraid you're out. He has, I'm reliably informed, made 178 appearances in European competition, but not all of those have been in the Champions League. So Jackie is out. Stephen.
Gerard Piqué.
Gerard Piqué is on the list. 119. He's 17th in the all-time appearance makers. Kevin.
Thomas Müller.
Thomas Müller, correct. 121 going into tonight. He's in the top 20. Stephen.
Sergio Busquets.
Busquets is correct. 118. He's 18th in the list. Kevin.
I'm going to go for Gigi Buffon.
Gigi Buffon is correct. 124. This is very impressive, guys, by the way. Stephen.
Oh, right, now we're into the serious business end of this, aren't we? Giorgio Chiellini.
Giorgio Chiellini is not on the list, and it means that Kevin Hatchard is this week's winner. Kevin, congratulations. You are the last person standing.
That's the peak of my career.
Okay, I'll give you one of these chocolates in a minute as a prize. Well done to Kevin, and I hope you enjoyed that at home as well. We didn't have Xavi, Raul, Giggs, Iniesta, Benzema, Dorf, Scholes, Roberto Carlos, Xavi Alonso, Ibrahimovic, never won the competition, Manuel Neuer, and Carles Puyol. Kevin Hatchard, the champion tonight. Well, who's going to be the winner at Stamford? On the way very shortly. We have our two Champions League quarter-finalist places available tonight. Chelsea taking on Atletico in West London. The first leg in Budapest was decided by this.
Marcus Alonso in towards Giroud. It almost fell for him. Overhead kick, and Olivier Giroud has done it. But the flag is up over the far side, and what a spectacular finish it was. The decision has been made, the goal is given, and Olivier Giroud has broken the deadlock in Bucharest.
Well, Jackie was commentating on that game. You can hear it there, Jackie. We all felt it at the time, like, oh no, that goal's not good. That brilliant goal's not going to stand because he was offside, but eventually was given. It was a dramatic first leg.
and spaces behind the lines. And it's the same big challenge for us, like in the first leg. But we did an amazing.
Let's get into Atletico first, then, because we heard the Chelsea boss talking about it there. We suspect it is a change in system tonight, so the system that Atletico have largely used throughout this season of three at the back.
Yeah, it's pretty adaptable. Certainly having Kieran Trippier available after suspension, he wasn't available for the first leg, but has been playing domestically for the last couple of weeks, gives them...
Hello, guys, and welcome back to another video. The Football Connect is here. My name is Sam, and we are back again with another video as we are preparing for the one of the best games of the Champions League in the round of 16. I feel like this is one of the games we are going to talk about for days. I feel like we're going to talk about it for days because I'm expecting some of the craziest performance from either one of these teams. I don't know which team are you supporting. I don't know which one you're going with, but I know for sure the game is gonna be amazing. I can't wait to see what happens. I want to hear your thoughts in the comment section because that's the only way we can communicate to people. So let's do that easy. I'll be here with you on the watch along, and we'll keep you all with maybe my excitement, whatever that I'll be saying. The interesting part about this game is this. I have no strings attached in this game. My team is already ready for the next round. Manchester City also, on the other hand, they are already ready for the next round. So there is a bit of movement. Teams are moving and they're going to the next round. So it's now lastly to Chelsea, another Premier League team that has the opportunity to go to the next round. Manchester United dropped from the group stage. So there is also a chance to actually see this team progress to the next challenge. But is it gonna be that easy? I don't know. That is the interesting part. We don't know how this game is gonna go like, and we don't know who's gonna actually win it. But we're gonna be watching it because that's what we are here for in the Football Connect. So let me hear your thoughts in the comment section, people. I want to hear what you're thinking and what are your thoughts saying and what do you believe will happen in this game, because we have a lot of thoughts. So there'll be more of the live commentary like you were hearing, and I'll be coming there and then maybe just talking, maybe at halftime, talking about a lot of things, because you find that as I'm live right now, the network where I am right now, I'm dealing with some network problems. This side, guys, and it becomes a problem. So when I do this, it's actually easy. When I'm talking most of the time, when it's like this, it becomes easy. But I don't want to be doing that because I enjoy the watch along. So unless or until the things are really sorted and they are moving at ease, then it's when you'll be seeing the Football Connect 100% on live and doing what we do best, and which is talking football. No, not talking smack. We talk football. When I'm talking about talking smack, we're talking about the Premier. Oh, not the Premier League, but we're talking about wrestling here. But anyway, we are gonna be enjoying this game, guys. I can't wait. The excitement is moving, and what I'm gonna be doing right now is looking at the lineup because I've not seen the lineup and I don't know what's gonna happen. So we're gonna be looking at the lineup of the UEFA Champions League, Chelsea versus Atletico Madrid, and Chelsea are leading by 1-0 on aggregate, and they scored it to the Atletico Madrid side. So that is a good thing. So in other words, if Suarez and his team was to move on to the next stage, they need to definitely step it up in this challenge. They need to step it up in this game. So people will be looking at Suarez. They'll be looking at João Felix. They'll be looking at all those people all those prestigious names that we've been told about, that people have made so much noise about, saying that they're the best. So the questions are going to be asked today: Do they have enough? Do they have enough to deliver whatever that'll be happening? Because that'll be exciting to see. I don't know. I want to hear from you. By the way, click the like button, subscribe to the Football Connect. I want to hear from you. What are you expecting? Because I don't. There's not really that much change from the Chelsea team. In fact, I can only say maybe they've changed the formation because they have something to defend here. So they're going with a back three, a midfield of 4 guys, and 2 people up front, 3 people up front. But just the formation. So the formation of Chelsea is 3-4-2-1. That's the formation of them. They're playing the 3-4-2-1 system. You understand, 3 people behind, which will be Aspalicueta, Rudiger, and also Zuma. Zuma being the center mid defense was there. Mendy is a goal, by the way. We have Rhys James. I did notice something. I did say this, and people they didn't actually respond to this. When I was saying to you guys, I have a feeling that Thomas Tuchel wants to make Rhys James a midfielder. Now I'm looking at this lineup, I'm looking at the formation, and this is just making Rhys James as one of the what? What do you say? As one of the midfielders who are up there, but you'll be playing on the wing side of the midfield to help out with the crosses and try to deliver so that at least they get something in the center, or they get something. You understand what I'm talking about? It's that easy. And we have Marco Kovacic, and we have N'Golo Kante and Marcus Alonso in the midfield. So this is the midfield 4 of Chelsea. So of course you know how the system works. You know how the formation works. Of course, you do know these things. Whenever they're under attack, it becomes a back 5 where we see James and Alonso dropping there. Then when they're on the attack, they come in, they make a 4 midfield. When they're dealing with this threat in the midfield, they make a midfield 3. Then also help out the likes of Hakim Ziyech and Timo Werner and Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz, after using for the last couple of weeks, we can definitely agree that he's gonna be given the jersey. The manager is gonna trust him with the jersey, and that's exactly what he has done, giving Kai Havertz the jersey so that he continues to do what he does best, which is to perform so well. I don't know. Timo Werner up top. Timo Werner, they've been lacking goals, but it seems like it's coming back to his formation, to his position. Should I say position? No, it's not really the right word. He's coming back to his best, if I have to say what we have known or to what we have come to know of Timo Werner, watching him at where the place he has been playing, which we call it's RB Leipzig, right? We have known to see what he's capable of doing, how he's capable of setting things and actually finishing the chances. So those are other things that we are seeing here in terms of the formation, how they've set it up. So this is what Chelsea are looking like. I want to hear your thoughts in the comment section. The formation is 3-4-2-1. That's the structure of how they've decided. I want to see how they're going to function on that one and how they're going to be getting the chances. Moving on, we'll go to the Atletico Madrid side. So Atletico Madrid's formation is 4-4-2. Oblak is the goalkeeper. We have Londi, we have Gazam, we have Cevic, we have Trippier, we have Marco Llorente, we have Koke, we have Sau, and we have Wyfrenar or something like that. Then we have Luis Suarez and João Ferreira as the up top 2. It's gonna be interesting. I'm curious to see how this is gonna function. I'm really, really curious to see how this is gonna function. But I'm excited as well because this is a good game. Definitely, trust me. I'll never choose to watch any other game than this one. That's why I felt like there was no need of a watch along or to say anything. But there is a need for this game because we are gonna be watching 2 of the best teams battle each other. Other one is actually on top of their league in their own league, and the other one is in the top 4. Yeah, that's what I can say. But looking at their first performance, it seems like the one that is in the top 4 is actually on top of the other team that is in that league or whatever that, if I have to say it like that, which just tells you when you look at this that the Premier League, it might not have a lot of teams who actually perform so well, but they actually have the best league comparing them to the likes of the La Liga and the other leagues that are out there. Because if they don't, then why is that their teams are up there and they're causing trouble and they're causing havoc? Because they are definitely do that. So let me hear your thoughts in the comment section, people, because I know the excitement is running. I know people are excited. I know we are ready for this game, and I know we are expecting the best. I want to hear it from you. What do you think is going to happen today? Who do you see in your own view winning this game? How do you see it, and what are you expecting to see? Because it's gonna be exciting, man. That's for sure. Definitely, the excitement is buzzing. Things are going crazy, and I can't wait to see how this game goes. Like, it's Chelsea versus Atletico Madrid, and in a matter of around 17 and something minutes, we'll be kicking off. So, in the meantime, before the kickoff time, I'll be keeping you in the what is the word in the hands of these guys that have learned to love when it comes to the Premier League, or not the Premier League, the Champions League. When it comes to football, they analyze and they talk about whatever that is happening in football. So I'll be keeping you in the hands of these guys who are talking and analyzing the game as we prepare for the watch along. Are you excited? Because I know I am. Chelsea
Ahead, the
versus
fact that
Atletico.
they have so much pace on the break. I mean, Leroy Sané, for goodness sake, what he can do to any side. But,
That's they're talking
but he
about
really made
United
Lazio look
City.
so poor that he had
Oh
in
no, not
exposing
buying. They're talking about buying now.
the errors that they
Remember,
had in that
Leroy
defence.
Sané
So
moved on to
tonight it's
buying.
a case of trying
Also,
to right those
there
wrongs,
is
give
a
the very
buying
best of
money game
themselves,
again,
show their
and
best
I'm not
side.
feeling bad
And
because
if
they've
Bayern are going to
mentioned
beat
it
them on the home patch, as
that I
everyone's
didn't
expecting them
even
to do, well,
mention
at least make them
anything.
work.
I didn't even mention anything about the other game. Like, I'm not even rating it to that extent. So I'm gonna do myself ourselves a favor, then talk about it a bit. Just give you some things to expect from the Bayern money game. Well, let's see, from the Bayern money game. What are we expecting to see? What we already know and what we're expecting to see. So if you didn't know already this, of course you might know it. Bayern Munich are already leading by 4 goals to one. 4 goals to one. So in other words, if Lazio are by any God's given grace are supposed to be qualifying to the next stage, they need to beat Bayern Munich by at least 4 goals, which will take them to more than Bayern Munich, or even just draw with Bayern Munich, score 3 goals, which means that they will have more goals on aggregate than Bayern, but they'll be leveled in goals. But and the away goal rule will work on the favor of Lazio over Bayern Munich, because Bayern Munich would have allowed them to score goals in their own home ground, 3 goals more than what Lazio scored. Oh, no, it doesn't actually work because Bayern scored 4 in Lazio, so they actually have to win more. They actually have to beat Bayern because Bayern has more goals away from that. So if you were taking whatever I was saying, scratch that because it doesn't even make sense. But anyway, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna be an exciting one. It seems like the team was above those. So I'm gonna be telling you about the lineup. So it's the 4-2-3-1 formation from Bayern. Noah Nobe. Nobe. It's not Neuer. So Manuel Neuer seems like it's not the one in goal. There is, or maybe it's Noah, Nobel. I don't know how you pronounce it. Then we have Pavard, Boateng, David Alaba, and Hemmings and Dressing. So we have some interesting pieces that are missing there. Alfonso Davis is not in there. Maybe he's in the, yeah, he is in the lineup. He's actually at the bench. So it means the boss has decided to rest a lot of players because they have already finished the job. We have Kimmich and Gonce in the midfield. Then we have Leroy Sané, Thomas Muller, and Gnabry, Lewandowski up top. This is a strong Bayern Munich team that can finish any game that comes ahead of them. They can finish any game and they can win any game. That is for sure. We all know what Bayern Munich are capable of doing, and for that, it's exciting to see how they have set up the team. So we'll definitely see what happens on that. On the other hand, looking at Lazio, a team that I don't know a lot, but I know that they do have somebody that I 100% respect as a Liverpool fan. What am I talking about? Who am I talking about? They got Pepe Reina, the former legendary goalkeeper of Liverpool, is the Lazio goalkeeper. So Pepe Reina, we have Raúl. By the way, the formation is 3. It's 3-5-2. So we have Raul and FC Cesabe, I think FC Cesabe, then Milky, Emlans, Lazari, and we have Escalen, then Marco Sainz Alberto Fernan, Maurici, then Correa. I think those are the names. Interesting, because guy, I am lost. No, none of those guys. No, none of those guys. But anyway, it's gonna be an exciting. I think for the first league, it's still yet to be decided. The first game that we are gonna be covering, it's still yet to be decided who's gonna win between Chelsea and who's the other team. Atletico Madrid. But as for Lazio and Bayern Munich, we already know our winners. I don't think there's by any God's given grace, Lazio are gonna be able to score Bayern Munich 5 goals. That is just above this craziness. So this is all that I have to talk about, people. Now we gonna be listening to the panelists who are preparing for the game as we about to experience. We are only left with few minutes before the game starts. So I hope you are excited, because I definitely know that I am excited. And I can't wait to see what happens. It's Chelsea versus Atletico in the Champions League. Who's winning? Say
Early on
something.
this calendar year. On Lazio, Jackie, how are they getting on domestically? Because, of course, going into this is their first Champions League campaign in 13 years, back in European football's top competition.
Yeah, and it's the first time in the round of 16 in 20 years as well. And yeah, I mean, they finished in the top 4 last season, of course, getting into the Champions League. They are 7th at the moment in Serie A with 14 wins from 26, but the goal difference is only +5. And there's a lot of rumblings amongst the supporters, not so happy, from the outside. You look at Simone Inzaghi and you think very positive things about him and what he's done at Lazio, but a lot of supporters frustrated with them, frustrated that he doesn't rotate the side enough, although they're looking tonight and going, oh, interesting, he rotates it now rather than in Serie A, frustrated with his substitutions. But yeah, it's not going entirely to plan for them at the moment. But I think if they were to eradicate some of the defensive errors and starting tonight, if they were to put in a good performance and maybe even draw tonight, then it would make them feel a little bit better about themselves as they embark on the rest of the league campaign and trying to edge themselves back up that table.
Okay, well, we can see the players now heading back down the tunnel at the respective games in Munich and London. Not long now until kickoff in tonight's round of 16 ties.
You're listening to UEFA Champions League Matchday Live.
We're close to kick-off now in our final 2 Champions League round of 16 second leg ties. Matchday Live is bringing you full commentary of Chelsea versus Atletico, as Thomas Tuchel's side will be looking to hold on to their 1-0 advantage against Diego Simeone's Athletic.
Marcus Alonso in towards Giroud. It almost fell for him. Overhead kick. And Olivier Giroud has done it. It was a spectacular finish.
While in Munich, European champions Bayern look to be in cruise control against Lazio.
Thinks one way, goes the other way, shoots, blocked by Pepe Reina, but guess who's there to follow up? Leroy Sané. Well, maybe Bayern Munich have got this tie done and dusted.
Just 2 quarter-final places remain. On UEFA.com, the UEFA Champions League app, and on Sirius XM FC, you're listening to UEFA Champions League Matchday Live. Our full live commentary is Chelsea versus Atletico. Stephen Wyeth is our commentator with the team news.
Well, if Chelsea remain unbeaten under Thomas Tuchel, they'll end a run of 4 successive round of 16 exits. 3 of his 5 changes are enforced. Jorginho and Mount are suspended. Andreas Christensen's unavailable. In comes Zuma, Reece James, Kovacic, Marcus Alonso and Werner. Whilst just 2 changes for Atletico, who have progressed to the quarterfinals at 5 of the last 7 attempts. Renan Lodi for Mario Hermoso and João Felix, their top scorer in the UEFA Champions League. He replaces Angel Correa.
And Jackie Oatley will be watching Bayern versus Lazio tonight.
It's a strong lineup for Bayern Munich. Lewandowski starts, so do Gnabry, Müller and Sane. No clean sheet in 6, though, for Bayern, something they'd like to rectify. 2 defeats in 3 games for Lazio since that first leg defeat in Rome. They laboured to a 3-2 win over bottom club Crotone at the weekend. Marusic, Escalante and Maurici are preferred to Masaccio, Patrick, Lucas and Immobile.
We're on air with you until 11:30 p.m. CET. Remember to keep your messages coming in via Twitter using the hashtag MatchDayLive. We're asking you for your favourite 3 all-time German players. Jutman goes for Toni Kroos, Oliver Kahn and Thomas Müller. Denzelima goes for Beckenbauer, Müller and Lahm. And Sean goes for Kahn, Effenberg and Lahm as well. Rose, meanwhile, says Thomas Müller is the greatest player of all time from Germany. Keep your messages coming in via Twitter using the hashtag MatchDayLive. Okay, we're around 7 minutes from kickoff on Matchday Live with me, Rob Daly, on UEFA.com, the Champions League app, and live across North America on Sirius XM FC. Let us know where you're listening from as well. We're around the world here. So tweet us using the hashtag MatchDayLive and let us know where you're listening from. We'll read those out. All the goals as they go in for Munich. Bayern 4-1 up from that first leg in Italy. But our main commentary tonight, it won't be any surprise really, is Chelsea taking on Atletico at Stamford Bridge. Kevin Hatchard and Stephen Wyeth are our commentary team. Stephen, a goal for Atletico and this would get very interesting.
It would. I'm not necessarily expecting it to come early. I think the levels of intrigue will last until the 90 minutes. We'll still be contemplating the outcome until we hear the final whistle from referee Daniele Orsato. The rain has started falling. Fine drizzle at Stamford Bridge, which might just add another intriguing factor to what we are going to witness this evening. But this will almost certainly, unless something dramatic happens, be tight, tense. It'll be attritional and it'll be narrow in terms of the outcome at its conclusion.
Kevin, how much pressure is there tonight on Kai Havertz and Timo Werner, who, after big money moves from the Bundesliga, haven't quite found their feet at Chelsea just yet?
I think there is huge pressure because they were brought in to be game changers, to perform at this level. It's interesting that Thomas Tuchel has spoken positively about the fact that they were prepared to move from Germany to the Premier League to a club like Chelsea, where pressure is part of the job. So he applauds that, their willingness to move out of their comfort zone. But the caveat is they have to perform. The club has spent money on you, big money, and they now expect you to perform. And Tuchel is the kind of demanding guy that will help them in terms of their level, in terms of working with them on the tiny details, but he's also demanding, and he will want the best for them and from them.
We can see Mason Mount in his civvies in the stand, just watching
Very,
ahead.
very civvies, aren't they?
I thought he'd at least be in the club tracksuit or something, Stephen. Very unprofessional of him. But a big miss for Chelsea tonight. Not that it might matter too much to Thomas Tuchel, who's sort of making a name for himself as a bit of a tinkerman. 39 changes in 10 league games so far. You don't quite know what 11 he's going to go with ahead of a match.
Now, we knew about the suspensions, the fact that Andreas Christensen, who has been such a rock at the heart of the defence in place of the injured Thiago Silva in recent weeks, his absence is perhaps one that we've overlooked so far, but could well be significant. Kurt Zouma comes in to take his place in the back three, in between Rudiger and the skipper as Spilicueta, so that might just be a little something. If Atletico were looking for those chinks of encouragement ahead of kickoff, that might just be something that the preferred back three is not available to Thomas Tuchel this evening. But yeah, he's managed to get really a higher level out of some of the players that weren't performing under Frank Lampard. You look in particular how Marcus Alonso, who was out of favour with the previous manager, has been reinstated and has performed so well. And the faith that he clearly has on the likes of Havertz and Werner and Ziyech, who may not yet have quite delivered, but will be encouraged by what they've heard from their manager. And sometimes that's all a talented player needs, is a little bit of encouragement.
Absolutely right. We can see the players in the tunnel right now at Stamford Bridge. The Chelsea players waiting to come out. We're slightly behind. The players are coming out in Munich, and we'll go to Jackie Oatley shortly. Quick one on Edouard Mendy, Kev. What an impact. 20 clean sheets in 31 games. This is exactly what Chelsea needed, isn't it?
Yeah, and he made a magnificent save against Leeds in that goal to straw at the weekend. And his story is amazing when you think that it was only a few years ago that he was queuing up at the job centre thinking that his career in football was over when he left Cherbourg. But he's got on this incredible run. He has shown calmness. He's shown a real dedication to the craft. He's improved so much over the past few seasons, and he looks a real calming presence, not just by the way he acts, but by the saves he makes, by how commanding he is when the ball's in the air.
We are still waiting for the Atletico players to emerge ahead of kick-off in West London tonight. But on Atletico, Stephen, has there been a bit of an issue for them in La Liga, certainly, in terms of in front and goal, taking their chances? Because you look at their recent results, I mean, they're never really a free-flowing, majorly attacking side, but they haven't been scoring many, even by their standards of late.
Do you know what, though, Rob? That is one of those things that becomes a bit of a perception. Only Barcelona are outscoring them in the Spanish Liga this season. So there is an element of their reputation occasionally doing them a bit of a disservice in that regard. But yes, certainly in terms of the Champions League this season, they found it quite hard going. They've only scored in 2 of their last 4 in this competition, and of course they had that record defeat during the group stages against Bayern, a 4-0 loss, which was completely out of character for them, and maybe that drew a little bit of scrutiny. Well, if they weren't going to be so defensively resilient, were they going to be able to score the goals at the other end to make up for that? Luis Suarez, 18 in La Liga, none in the Champions League, is a demonstration of how perhaps the 2 competitions have differed for them this season. But they need to try and find a way of bringing that domestic form into the UEFA Champions League this evening. The problem they've got is that they've got to try and do that against a side that has conceded just twice in 12 games under Thomas Tuchel. They have just found a way, Chelsea, to be so brilliant defensively since the end of January. So this is a really big ask for Atletico Madrid to score even the 1 goal that they absolutely have to get tonight.
We can see the 2 teams now. We found Atletico, and they've appeared from a different part of the stadium. We're slightly behind schedule in West London, but the Chelsea players have made their way out to the regular tunnel at Stamford Bridge. Diego Simeone, black shirt, black suit, black tie, black jacket, making his way along the touchline. It is his iconic Champions League look. His players line up alongside those of Chelsea for the pre-match anthem. Normally, we would be hearing the roar of Stamford Bridge. No fans in tonight, but millions watching around the world as Chelsea try and see off Atletico. Commentary on that shortly. First, let's cross to Munich, where they are underway. Bayern 4-1 up on Lazio. Jackie Oli is watching this for us.
Yes, the match just 10 seconds underway in Munich, and Lazio really looking to salvage some pride after the embarrassment of the first leg, an own goal, defensive errors galore, and and as I say that, Pepe Reina smacks the ball straight into the head of Gerd Müller. But they want to put on a strong show tonight. They'd love to score a goal, and bearing in mind that Bayern Munich are finding clean sheets very hard to come by. They haven't got 1 in 6 in all competitions and 1 in 6 in the Champions League. That's something for them to improve on. But Bayern, really, it's about containing that consistency, keeping it going, and making sure they have the momentum for the rest of the season.
I think you've got Gerd Müller on the brain, Jackie, with that Lewandowski record. Of course, Thomas Müller getting the ball in the head
Gerd Müller.
You did
I?
Yes.
I have got. Do you know I have got Gerd Müller on the brain
Well,
with his
Lewandowski's
record.
chasing this record, of course, isn't he?
Did I? Yes, exactly. 32 league goals this season in 24 is just ridiculous anyway. And he's got 5 in 6 in the Champions League. I can't believe I said Gerd Müller. Well, you know, he was a good player when I was a lass.
Well, more from Jackie later on, as long as Stephen doesn't say Frank Lampard Senior or something later on in the show. I'm sure we can get through the Chelsea game with no problems. Okay, so we're close to kick-off now in Stamford Bridge. If you want to get in touch with us, do so via Twitter using the hashtag MatchDayLive. You can tune in not only on UEFA.com, but on the Champions League app and live across North America on Sirius XM FC, Dortmund, Liverpool, Paris, Porto, Real Madrid, Manchester City already in Friday's quarter-final draw. Who will join them? Your commentary team for Chelsea 1, Atletico 0 currently on aggregate. Kevin Hatchard and Stephen Wyeth.
I'd like to be able to tell Jackie that Kerry Dixon's leading the line for Chelsea tonight with Ray Wilkins and David Speedy in behind him, but that is not the case. It is the class of 2021 for Chelsea and Atletico Madrid on what should be a thrilling night. Perhaps not in terms of the volume of goals that are scored, but in terms of just how important the goals that are scored will prove to be. It is Atletico in their red and white striped shirts, red shorts and socks, who get us underway, kicking from left to right in the first half in a contest in which they have to score as a consequence of Olivier Giroud's spectacular goal in the what was, of course, by the de facto away game for Chelsea, scoring midway through the second leg in Bucharest.
Don't want to refuse on what I'm saying here. I didn't say this, but I think I have to say it. You know that Giroud gave you the win. He gave you the victory. And you as a manager decided to not put him in the game. Like, how? How don't you put a guy who helped the team to win? You don't put him in the game. That is just beyond me. I'm just wondering myself. What does that mean? But anyway, the game is on, by the way. Right now, it's still moving so well. So the only thing that Atletico needs is they score so first early in the game. That is going to help them to have the confidence to move on with whatever that is happening here. But we'll definitely see. at the moment. It looks like Chelsea are not giving Atletico any chance to believe that they have this one in the bag. They're asking questions as well, and they're putting pressure as well. And that, for me, I have to say I respect, because that's the only way you can beat a Diego Simeone team. Just defend them so well and attack, attack them. Make sure that they feel the bend so that they don't forget that they need to defend. That is the advantage that Liverpool didn't have last season. We were playing with them. This season they do have Chelsea, so an English team can actually get something here. This is why I am supporting Chelsea in this game, because they are playing, and I just want these guys to at least get something in this game over Diego Simeone, because Simeone got something out of my team. So let's do those type of things. You understand what I mean? What's happening now? Why do I feel like I'm behind you guys? Feel like I'm behind you guys. Feel like I'm behind you now. Can you see a human being over there? Because I'm still looking for that human being. But anyway, let's get this game going. And as we are looking at this game, something happened here. I think it's a throw-in. Yeah, I think it's a throw-in. Thomas Tuchel is watching this game with, he has to focus, man. He has to focus, because if he doesn't, he has a lot of thousands Chelsea fans to answer to, and he has to explain how he got it so wrong. So it's an exciting game. Jana Oblak with a kick going straight for the back to him. I'm curious, how are they gonna break this team down? That's my question. How would Atletico Madrid break Chelsea down? Because this not an there's a mistake. N'Golo Kante is gonna try to he still has the ball. Oh, it's gonna be a goal kick. It's gonna be a goal kick against N'Golo Kante. He says otherwise. He doesn't believe that it's a goal kick. He wants it to be at least penalty. No, corner. Oh, the ball went out. But look at it. This strength. He continued. Oh, there was the counter from Atletico, but Chelsea dealt with it properly. I told you this back three was going to help. Zuma in the middle, and wow, what's up with Mendy with this confidence of doing those passes? I've never seen Mendy thinking about doing those passes, not even doing, but thinking about doing those passes. I've never seen it before from him. There's an attack, Timo Werner. Oh, that's Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz is moving so well against Atletico Madrid, turning backwards. This is gonna be an exciting game. I can feel it, can feel it. What are you expecting? Let me hear your thoughts. Let me hear your predictions. Let me hear what you're expecting to see from this game, because it's gonna be one game. We can't even look away when you think about it. Who's that? That's Zuma taking it back to Mendy. So international break is very, very close, people. Very, very soon we'll be going on international break. What are we expecting? I think our team needs this break more than ever, especially now we're going to the last round of the leagues, and they're also preparing to find out who wins from the semi-final from the quarterfinal to the semi-final of the Champions League. So things are moving so fast. If you look at it, with no fans in it as well, it just makes it worse. So throw in to Atletico Madrid. 9 minutes played already. 9 full minutes. Oh, there's an attack. Chance for Alonso. There's a cross. Oh, just outside. Just outside. You would expect Alonso with this type of quality to actually score that, but that's not exactly what happened. Is it? Oh my God, I think I had a headache from this.
it did just go wide. That's the closest we've come so far. At the other end, Lazio have Joaquin Correa playing a 1-2 with Maurici.
Wow.
And Correa with the shot taken very quickly, very little backlift wide of the right-hand post. Bayern 0, Lazio 0. Bayern leading 4-1 on aggregate.
Thanks, Jackie. Leroy Sané ahead of this one, saying he has now found his rhythm. Admitted it was difficult when he first arrived at Bayern following injury to get his way into the team, but looks very much part of it now.
Laqueta for Chelsea, the skipper on the right-hand side now with Hakim Ziyech, who's looking to team up with Reece James on that far side as we watch on, but the ball is cleared out of play by Renan Lodi, who's playing on the left-hand side of the Atletico Madrid defence tonight. There'll be a Chelsea throw level with the edge of the penalty area, which will be taken by Reece James, who's in pink boots tonight, looking for an option. The closest to him is Ziyech, but it goes back instead to Azpilicueta, who's now playing it up the right-hand side for James, for a huge amount of space for him to operate in. Perhaps Havertz can come up with a cross. No, he retreats instead to James, level with the edge of the penalty area, back a further 5 metres to Azpilicueta. Now Kovacic out wide right once more to Havertz, and a chance to cross for Dan James, just beyond, for Reece James, just beyond the reach of Timo Werner. But Chelsea have the ball back again. This is Rudiger powering forward inside left channel. Outside him, Marcus Alonso, another who has come back to the fore for Chelsea since Thomas Tuchel's arrival at the end of January. Now Timo Werner looking to cause some damage, and it's opening up perhaps for a shot from Ziyech, who's got it again inside the penalty area. Forced left and can't quite cross it towards Werner, who was standing in front of goal 5 minutes out. Atleti just about dealing with that situation as Savic puts it out for a throw-in.
Nice idea. Good interchange, trying to get Ziyech into a crossing position, but I thought Kieran Trippier did really well defensively there, tracked his man, stood up so he couldn't get a quality cross in. Kai Havertz all along the attacking line at the moment. They're having a real problem locking him down. He's popping up on the left, on the right, in the half spaces, really struggling to locate him at the moment.
Alonso with the throw, gets it back from that man Werner, and now here's Alonso again, looking to create something for Werner inside left channel, but a difficult pass to control, and it sort of bounces off Werner's boot and behind for a goal kick. I wonder whether tonight's the night for Timo Werner, who we've both seen score prolifically in the Bundesliga, Kevin, but he's 6 without for Chelsea and just 2 in his last 26 appearances in all competitions. At some point, it'll come together for him again. I think we can be fairly safely assured of that, but Chelsea would like it to be sooner rather than later.
You feel like he needs a moment. You feel like he needs a game that is really his game, where he shows up and he's the hero. He will never stop working, we know that, but he's always been a confidence player, and at the moment, that confidence he's having to wrestle with, but he will keep on trying, he will keep on pushing, and he's in the type of team and he's got the type of coach where he really can excel.
Free kick for Atleti. That's the decision of Daniele Assorto, one of the most experienced referees in the Champions League, the Italian. Now it goes to the right-hand side to Trippier, who's started for the 4th successive game now since serving his suspension. He was badly missed by Atleti in the first leg. He's been absolutely superb for them in the 2 seasons since switching from Premier League with Tottenham Hotspur to Atletico Madrid, a move that raised a few eyebrows, but it's certainly one that's worked well for Trippier. It still is a bit of a curiosity when players leave the Premier League seemingly at the peak of their careers and go and ply their trade elsewhere in Europe. But I'm sure many will look at what Trippier has done and wonder whether it's the right move for him. Certainly a lot of young footballers have left the Premier League and moved in particular to the Bundesliga in recent times, and having a fantastic experience doing so. Here's Havertz on the right-hand side for Chelsea, who's trodden the other path, swapping the Bundesliga for the Premier League. Ball breaks for Conte, who plays it infield to Rudiger, forward into the feet of Timo Werner. Kovacic, of course, will be extra motivated tonight, bearing in mind his association with Real Madrid, Atletico's great city rivals. Here's Alonso cutting in from the left-hand side, riding a couple of challenges, the most recent from Saul. Azpilicueta, not quite into the feet of Ziyech on the edge of the penalty area, but retrieved by Conte, and now Azpilicueta can deliver again. It's off the head of Savic and out to the left-hand side, where Havertz is first to the loose ball. And it goes behind for a corner kick. A little bit of momentary uncertainty, but it did come off Marcus Llorente, who is an ever-present in the Champions League for Atleti this season, and Chelsea have a set-piece opportunity.
Again, Havertz working hard, forcing Llorente into the error. was trying to keep the ball in. I think he was trying to knock it off Havertz and try and force the goal kick. The bit he left out was actually making contact with Havertz with the ball. So he just knocked it straight out. And again, Havertz foraging well, working hard.
High-risk strategy, which didn't work out for Llorente on that occasion. Ziyech with the corner from the left-hand side, left-footed outswinger, flicked away at the near post and cleared immediately deep into Chelsea's half, where Kovacic is furthest back in blue, but Eduard Mendy comes out of his penalty area to give him a little bit of assistance. Really good opening 16 minutes, 0-0. It remains on the evening, 1-0 to Chelsea on aggregate, and the Londoners are looking to attack down the right-hand side, but Jose Jimenez is across to intercept, but Chelsea winning back possession again, deep inside Atleti territory. Here's Marcus Alonso just drifting in from the left-hand side. Rudiger, who's already given us a demonstration of his expansive passing ability and is doing so again, curling one deliciously into the path of Havertz, who controls on his chest and swaps passes with Azpilicueta, who is looking to get forward as often as possible, and is definitely leading by example in terms of trying to direct Chelsea in terms of which way they're attacking. Here's Kante on the right-hand side. He made an excellent burst into pace, but has suddenly got two for company, and the ball goes straight out of play for an Atleti throw. But fascinating that to see N'Golo Kante suddenly sprint and become the furthest forward Chelsea player and find that little pocket of space.
It's really interesting. It's happened again, Stephen. We've had this thing we saw in the first leg, which that burst of pressing from Atletico in the first few minutes. Took Chelsea a while to get their rhythm, but once they did, started to set the tempo, started to take control. We've seen that in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Chelsea started to get a grip of midfield.
João Felix looking to get a grip of things for Atleti, and he's been allowed to drift forward, and he's very nearly burst through the Chelsea defence, but guess who snatches the ball away from him at the last? N'Golo Kante, as always, showing that he has exquisite timing for a challenge.
You just wanted to sum up Conte. You just play that on a loop over and over
60
again.
seconds.
Yeah. And João Felix actually had the space for the shot there, but he decided to have one more touch, try and open it up a bit. And he didn't see Conte coming. He probably heard him at the last moment.
When N'Golo Conte's on the field, you've never got another touch. No. Can never be sure there's another one available. 18 minutes played at Stamford Bridge in West London, 0-0 between Chelsea and Atletico Madrid, 1-0 to the Premier League side on aggregate. Reece James coming down the right-hand side. Renan Lodi is slipped, but James can't take advantage of that. Maybe Conte, well, he's got the ball at his feet now, and he's playing it back out to the right-hand side to James, who whips it in, and then Werner gets the shot away, left-footed, but it's skewed wide. Timo Werner thinks it's taken a deflection, but referee Daniele Assato doesn't agree. It'll be a goal kick, and it remains 0-0.
Let's go to Munich. Jackie Oatley.
We played 21 minutes. It's still Bayern 0, Lazio 0. Bayern leading 4-1 on aggregate. And the second chance of the game for the Italian side. It was Luis Alberto with the ball over the top. Milinkovic-Savic with a diving header. But Luca Hernandez, the Bayern defender, just got his boot to it first. And it went wide of the right-hand post. Bayern 0, Lazio 0.
As things stand, Bayern and Chelsea going into the round of into the quarter-finals. Stephen, did I just see Diego Simeone basically in Thomas Tuchel's technical area?
Yeah, he was more
moving over him.
He was like my 6-year-old as I was trying to watch the Manchester City Borussia Mönchengladbach.
It's not even a lie, people. I'm looking at this side. This guy is actually in the technical area of Thomas Tuchel. It's getting frustrated a bit, Diego Simeone. Because what I'm seeing here, just looking at the game, Simeone is trying to break down this Chelsea team. They're trying to do by all means, but Chelsea defense is really strong today. N'Golo Kante is playing a bigger role in stopping all the attacks from Atletico Madrid.
Intercepts with his head and then finds the ball
really working so hard.
His feet, and he clears up towards halfway where a retreating Luis Suarez has chested the ball off towards João Felix, but Chelsea have won it back again, and Reece James, who is capable occasionally of the spectacular, has just sent one flying into
How's the game going? The game is going so well, sir. In fact, I'm really surprised that it's still 0-0, because you expect to see Chelsea or at least Atletico, because all of them they've got chances. More often Chelsea got more chances than Atletico Madrid, but they are just not finishing their chances. And for that, this is one of the reasons why this game is still where it is. You expect people like Werner to finish up all the chances that they're creating, but they are not. So with that situation, You don't really know how the game goes. But anyway, we'll see. Come on, there's Almighty. Come on, man. How are you? How are you, Mr. Almighty? How are you doing? Um, Sam, I'm drunk. What do I do now? I think you should just take a rest a bit, man. Close your eyes if you are somewhere to sleep so that you just feel better. Cause trust me, the effects of alcohol you feel them tomorrow in the morning. You definitely do. There's a chance again for Atletico Madrid. It's gonna be a corner kick. I think it's their first corner kick of the game. Oh, it's a goal kick. Is it a goal kick? Olivier Giroud is watching this game from outside and he's just wondering, why am I outside? He's asking himself, why am I outside? Because I scored. I'm the main reason why we are looking like we have a chance against this team. And rather than the manager to repay me with good faith, he decides to show me the door. Can you believe it? This man actually decided to show Timo Werner the door. That is just crazy, man. That is just crazy. But anyway, this is where we are at the moment, guys. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Still nil. There's an attack. Chelsea, it looks dangerous, but the Atletico Madrid players are back, all of them behind. Okay, that is dealt so well. There's a chance for Atletico to actually get an attack, unless if they make a mistake out there. Kante is waking up like crazy, man. He's waking like crazy. Okay, the boy's just in the air, man. What's up? What's happening here? Rudiger. Oh, Rudiger makes a mistake. Atletico are still on the attack. This does not look so good for Chelsea. This is Luis Suarez. He's dropped. That has to be a free kick. Oh, it's not. It's not given. Wow, it's not given. Wow. In the Premier League, of course, that will not be given. Yeah, it's being checked by VAR. But in the Champions League, that is definitely given. I'm just curious, what does this mean? Because this man had no any intention of the ball. He just went for the man. And trust me, that has to be something. Oh no, nothing. Nothing. In fact, he was just checking if he is the Athletic was starting to play, controlling the game as usual, trying to do the one-to-one-two passes, open up chances, try to get something. I thought that would have been something, but wow, my eyes deceived me. Let me hear what they're saying in the comments about in the commentary about that.
Vasco's layoff towards João Felix, who just tried to shape one beautifully with the outside of his right boot into the path of Luis Suarez, but he's been kept quiet so far by the Chelsea defence. 0-0, and we are midway through the first half.
Yeah, still 0-0.
Is backing into Zuma this time, looking for a different confrontation to the one that
Oh,
he's been
nice
having with
one.
Rudiger, but the
Oh,
outcome
there's a
is the
chance.
same.
Oh,
The Chelsea player gets the better of things and how to play for a throw.
trust me
On the
when I
right-hand
say
side.
this.
I feel as
Zuma,
though
Rudiger, they're working
the
overtime.
two
They don't
coaches
want
have
to
come
give
together and said, look, everyone's
chances
going
to
to expect
players
this to
like
be
Luis Suarez or João Felix to have something to talk about. They just don't want it. They're fighting any chance they can.
well,
It's interesting. It's interesting because it's becoming so interesting to see who's gonna break this. The goalkeeper have not really been tested, all the goalkeepers, but I can tell you every man in the defense are sweating here to deal with the strikers. So it's interesting to see. Click the like button and subscribe to the Football Connect.
Leap, and I think that win at Anfield last season was absolutely the making of him, because he came on as a sub in that match, effectively won the game, won the tie, named his dog Anfield afterwards, and since then he's actually shown his versatility. He can play wide, he can play up front, he can play in the centre. He is one of the go-to guys now
What?
for Diego Simeone.
interesting to see.
Unbelievable. This guy named his dog Enfield. Is he trying to make fun of us? What the fra, man?
Atletico Madrid at Stamford Bridge, 1-0 on aggregate, that victory at Anfield that Kev was just talking about, is the only away win in the UEFA Champions League that Atletico Madrid have had in their last 6. Indeed, they've lost 3 of those, so they've not necessarily travelled brilliantly in this competition, even if that was a very, very famous night for them a year ago. Now, coming together just inside the penalty area between Yannick Carrasco and Cesar Azpilicueta, and certainly the Atletico winger thinks that should have had a little bit more scrutiny from the referee, Daniele Asarte. Atleti continue though down the right-hand side this time, cross into the penalty area from Llorente, and Zuma puts it behind for a corner kick, and the protests now mount with the ball out of play.
It's a ball through initially towards him, and Azpilicueta looks as though he's in control of the situation. Then he tries to touch it back to his goalkeeper, Mendy, gets it wrong, it's too short, and there is an arm across Carrasco, but is it enough to bring him down? That's the question. I think Azpilicueta got himself into big trouble there.
Well, Daniele Asarte is telling the players to prepare themselves for the corner kick to be taken, so that would suggest that the voice from the ether of Massimiliano Arati has not suggested that he takes another look at that one. Here comes the corner kick. It's cleared to the edge of the area where Werner is trying to help it on its way. Koke first to the loose ball. Back it goes to Trippier, who took the corner. That's a wonderful cross in towards the post. And it's come off. Well, I thought it had come off the head of Reece James, but it hasn't. It's come off the head of an Atletico Madrid player. You immediately became aware of that when Luis Suarez was chasing to keep the ball in play, and it will be a Chelsea goal kick. We're seeing it again, Kev. I'm inclined to agree with you. Contact between the two players, but not enough for a decision, the on-field decision, to have been reversed.
And as soon as he feels that contact, he goes down, but it's not a grab, it's a hand across. There's not a full handful of jersey there, but
he's also not getting to the loose ball, so the circumstance, whatever happens there, he's not getting to the ball before Eduard Mendy, so that overrules everything else, I think, in the mind of the officials at that point, doesn't it?
I think it's a scary moment for the Chelsea skipper, though. It all comes from Luis Suarez, who's trying to thread the ball through to Carrasco, gets it wrong, he underhits it. Then Azpilicueta thinks, well, I'll just shepherd this back to Mendy, but he doesn't get enough on the back pass. So just a spike in the anxiety levels, but they got away with that one.
But warning served to Chelsea, who've dominated possession and territory in the main, that this tie is still very, very finely poised, despite their 1-0 aggregate advantage. 28 minutes played, 0-0 on the night at Stamford Bridge. Free kick on halfway for Atletico Madrid. The sweat on the brow of Cesar Azpilicueta just seems to have increased ever so slightly in the last couple of minutes. Can't think why that might have been. Trippier is coming over to take the free kick, which is just inside the Chelsea half, just right of centre, that kind of old-fashioned inside right channel that we often talk about. Trippier with the ball forward. Oh, beautiful delivery, just beyond the reach of Luis Suarez. That is so difficult to do, to flight the ball so that it drops, and he didn't quite get it right, but Luis Suarez so close to getting the outside of his left boot on that to turn it goalwards. It remains 0-0 though, Rob, but fascinatingly poised.
Certainly is. Okay, let's go to Munich. Well, I believe we have a penalty, Jackie, only.
We have a penalty to Bayern. Murishi is adjudged to have fouled Leon Goretzka. The Lazio players are absolutely fuming. It was a corner from the right-hand side. It was a coming together of players, and the referee pointed to the spot. The Romanian Istvan Kovac. Lazio players fuming. Acerbi has been booked for his protestations, and Robert Lewandowski is standing by and ready to take the penalty kick. We have yet to have a breakthrough in this match. 0-0 with Bayern leading 4-1 from the first leg. Bayern already 2-0 up in that match by this stage, and Lazio have been playing okay. They've had a couple of opportunities, and they'll be frustrated with themselves if something as simple as that, defending a corner, has resulted in a penalty kick and potentially for Bayern to take the lead. Eventually, the referee allows Lewandowski to put the ball on the spot. The Lazio players outside the penalty area now, each of them still fuming with the decision. They felt it was just a coming together and that it wasn't a foul by Murishi, but Lewandowski readies himself, hands on hips. 4 goals in 5 matches in the Champions League already this season, And Lewandowski steps up, right-footed, and he scores low into the bottom left-hand corner with plenty of pace and power. Pepe Reina went the opposite way, and Bayern Munich are cruising into the into the next round. It's Bayern 1, Lazio 0, 5-1 on aggregate.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Updates throughout the course of the evening from that game. So really, all of the nice drama is riding on what we're seeing in West London. Just one goal in it, Stephen Wyatt.
Yeah, I think Bayern might be okay, but Chelsea and Atletico Madrid, we still don't really have a clearer picture of. What we can tell you about is a couple of yellow cards. One has just been brandished in the direction of Renan Lodi, who would miss the first leg of the quarter-final now if Atletico Madrid were to prevail. He's gone flying into a challenge on Reece James. A moment ago, we saw Kai Havertz booked for not taking due care and attention with his elbow as he leapt into a challenge with Stefan Savic. So one yellow card apiece.
Yeah, I think both fair bookings. Havertz led with the arm, no malice in it, but it's clumsy. And he catches Savic in the face. And then Renan Lodi, I think Diego Simeone will be annoyed about that, but he didn't need to make the challenge.
Werner's layoff to Havertz, who miscontrols, and Koke is able to sneak in and dispossess him, and the ball is played forward down the right-hand side, but it comes straight back forward to Timo Werner, cutting inside, 25 metres out from goal. Here's Ziyech, who tries to play it out to the left. Pass is blocked by Koke, but Chelsea have won the ball back again, and here's Marcos Alonso on the left, just about keeping the ball in play, or at least keeping the ball in play until it cannons off Llorente, and that will be a throw to Chelsea on the left. 13 minutes of the first half remaining. We are awaiting the first goal on the night at Stamford Bridge as Llorente looks to carry the ball clear for Atletico down the left-hand side. Here's Koke. Saul's ball forward, straight to Conte. Can't get away with that. Gets the ball when it's nowhere near him. He's always going to get it if it's straight at him. And Ziyech out to James on the right, who gets away from Renan Lodi and then accidentally steps on him as he looks to go past him, which has left the Brazilian defender down and clutching his ankle. He's up and hobbling because it's all hands on deck as far as both sides are concerned, and with the ball not looking like it's going to go out of play anytime soon. Couldn't wait to see whether or not he'd get the opportunity to get some treatment. Conte's header is just skewed off the outside of his head and out of play for a throw-in. But he's been played at a ferocious tempo this game, absolutely relentless, even with a player hobbling. Atletico opting to get on with the contest, and here's João Felix just inside his own half. Yannick Carrasco, who was the Atleti player at the heart of that penalty appeal not that long ago, and he's been caught late as he tried to play the ball out to the right-hand side to Kieran Trippier, and that will be an Atleti free kick with 12 minutes of the first half remaining.
Been so few opportunities for Atletico to really attack wide. We've barely seen Carrasco or Llorente in an attacking sense, and they haven't therefore been able to create those overloads with the fullbacks, with Renan Lodi or Trippier.
Trippier with the cross from the right-hand side. It takes a deflection off the sliding Werner, and that proved to be an important intervention because now Chelsea are breaking, and Werner has the ball at his feet on the left-hand side and support arriving. Timo Werner across to Hakim Ziyech to give Chelsea the lead. And what a hugely significant moment that could be in the tie. A wonderful, scintillating counter-attack.
Chelsea scores, people. Chelsea scores. Chelsea scores. Chelsea scores. That just makes it interesting now. This just makes it interesting now. This just makes it interesting, people. Chelsea are leading by 1-0, which means on aggregate it's 2-0. What a goal. This just changed the outcome of whatever we were expecting to see from this game. This just changed everything. I want to hear your thoughts in the comment section. What do you think? Look, I told you they're gonna use the fact that Atletico, they're all going up front and they're opening space behind me. And wow, Timo Werner with a pass. Oh man, Oblak is gonna be disappointed. The ball was in his legs, but I couldn't do anything. What a goal! Now there is a mountain to climb. There is a mountain to climb. There is a mountain to climb now for Thomas Tuchel. A big, big mountain. And that mountain, we call it Chelsea. Trust me, with what Thomas Tuchel is doing with this team, it's going to be crazy. Wow. Wow. They are attacking, they are going up front, but the things are just not waking up for them. This is how football is all about. This is how football is all about. You might do what, but Atletico Madrid lost to this game in their own home ground, where they were supposed to do something. They lost to the game day. Anyway, this is where we are. But by the way, Lewandowski scored, so it's 1-0 or so.
Finish, and it hasn't quite materialised, and he wasn't able to get down and adjust. It was one of those that you do sometimes see is so close to the outside of his left shin that he just can't quite get his hand down quickly enough to get significant contact on it. But Chelsea lead, and now they are very much in control of the tie. 2-0 on aggregate. Atletico Madrid at some point are going to have to come out and take the game to Chelsea, but they have struggled thus far to impose themselves, and it's all about whether or not Chelsea can maintain this phenomenal run of clean sheets, 5 in succession, because if they do that, then there's absolutely nothing that Atletico Madrid can do about turning this tie around. Reece James with the cross from the right-hand side. Havertz couldn't quite get his head to the ball, could do no more than flick it on. Marcos Alonso has chased it down out to the left-hand side, up against Llorente. Chelsea absolutely imperious now, knocking the ball around with even more confidence than they were already doing so. What a wonderful situation to find themselves in, with 7 minutes of the first half remaining and the cushion of that goal to extend their aggregate advantage. James and the ball across the penalty area might break for Alonso. It doesn't. Llorente gets to the loose ball first and clears, but they
You know what I'm discovering is this.
disorganised.
Chelsea are actually the upper team right now at this moment when I'm looking at this. They actually have an upper hand more than Atletico Madrid, and it's just a matter of time before it's even worse than it is right now. Atletico Madrid, let's face it, if you find a team that is leading a league being dominated by a team that is almost number 4 or 5 in the other league, that just tells you how dead the other league is. It's not an insult, it's just a clear fact. The Premier League has the upper hand than the La Liga, and you can see with exactly what's happening here. It's gonna be exciting to see, but at this moment we're giving you the results of what's happening here. Chelsea at the moment, they have the upper hand. Atletico Madrid, they are trying to attack with everything that they have, and in the process of doing that, they're opening a lot of spaces where they're being hurt and where they're getting a lot of goals where they cannot even deal with. So it's exciting to see, really exciting to see. Oh, that nice one by Atletico, Joao Felix. You are going nowhere. I don't think in this game you have to be doing some individual brilliance as a player. I'm talking about what Joao Felix is doing, but you need to perform so well. I don't know. Let me hear your thoughts in the comment section. What do you think about this game, and what can you say? Because it's looking like things have changed now, and they've now actually become something that we were not really expecting, but we are enjoying this. Don't forget to click that like button, subscribe. Ooh, Joao Felix had a chance. Joao Felix had a chance, but Mendy saved it. Amazing, 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 amazing. Keeping you updated with what is happening. Let me hear your thoughts in the comment section, guys. Click that like button, subscribe to the Football Connect. Tell me your thoughts. Oh, what a save by Mendy, man. I just saw it again. What a save by Mendy. Mendy has it covered because the more they attack, the more they're opening space and easy for Chelsea to break them down. And it's a simple technique in the history books, but a lot of people cannot deal with it. A team that waits for you to come in and they hit you on the counter attack. We still keep seeing it every time, but they still seem like there's nobody who has what can I say, a cure for it.
And Lodi has just been pushed back 5 metres as he attempted to steal a little bit of distance with a throw-in down the left-hand side. 5.5 minutes of the first half remaining. Hakim Ziyech's goal separating the sides on the night in Chelsea's favour, which means it is 2-0 on aggregate, and it looks, as things stand, as though for the first time since 2014, Chelsea are going through to the last 8 of the UEFA Champions League. Alonso, Havertz, left-hand side of the penalty area, looking to get it across the face of goal, and at the second attempt, Oblak snatches the ball up just as Werner was anticipating it might be spilled in his direction. Here come Atletico looking to turn defence swiftly into attack, but as Pilaqueta intercepts a ball intended for Joao Felix, and his Conte out to the right-hand side to the goal scorer, Ziyech. Reece James for N'Golo Conte. Ziyech, the goal scorer, a veteran of that run by Ajax to the semi-finals a couple of seasons ago, so he knows about going deep into this competition, and that kind of experience will be useful to Chelsea if they are to make a run a little bit further towards the final. Here's Renan Lodi looking to go past Azpilicueta, who stands his ground and clears and finds Ziyech on the right.
Me a favor, click the like button, subscribe to the Football Connect. Tell me your thoughts in the comment section about this game. How can you analyze it as a fan and supporting either one of this team? What can you say about the first 40 minutes?
The same and intensity from the Atleti press as they regroup, perhaps aware at the moment that Chelsea are not only ahead, but very much on top with 4 minutes of the first half remaining.
They're stuck here, Atletico, because they know they've got to get back into the game. They know they've got to push forwards, but they're terrified of being hit again on the counter-attack. And I think Renan Lodi's got a real problem on that left-hand side, because Reece James is starting to be a bit bolder now that he knows Renan Lodi is on that yellow card. He's just running at him, trying to get into crossing positions, and the more he does that, the more Atletico are going to have a problem.
Conte with the ball at his feet, out it goes to the right again, where Ziyech takes control and plays it up the right-hand touchline to James, who's up against Renan Lodi once more. Back it goes to Ziyech, who thinks about coming inside on his left foot instead. James with the cross in towards Werner. It might well fall for Havertz, who goes to ground and has an inquiring look towards Daniele Assato, who gives him the international sign language for that was nothing more than a coming together. It's a corner kick.
But again, it's Reece James fizzing a ball in from that right-hand side. There have been some really good deliveries from him. And he just gets there, Havertz, at the same time as Saul. It's one of those where you have to get it absolutely right as the opposition player, and I think the referee's right. I think Saul and Havertz get to the ball at exactly the same time.
There's a really brave piece of defending in there by Jimenez to try and intercept the initial cross. Ziyech with the corner. There's no one attacking it in Chelsea blue, and it's punched clear at chest height by Oblak, but the ball comes back to Ziyech, and then Rudiger out to Havertz, left-hand corner of the penalty area. Now he's got support. Rudiger with a ball across the face of the penalty area, which I think is still travelling as it makes its way towards the stands. A central defender in a flying winger's position, the outcome isn't necessarily usually pretty.
I might suggest Antonio Rudiger got a bit overexcited there, but it was a really nice piece of play from Havertz. He waited, he saw Rudiger rumbling on the outside and teed him up well, but the angle was against him.
What I like is that Havertz didn't immediately think, what's he doing there? Why is he making that run? And still played the pass. That's a good bit of improvisation from Havertz not to be disrupted by that unusual sight. And 90 seconds of the first 45 minutes remaining. 1-0 to Chelsea at Stamford Bridge, 2-0 on aggregate. The ball is at the feet of the Chelsea goalkeeper, Edouard Mendy, who's only really had a couple of straightforward saves to make in the first half of a game in which Atletico Madrid had to score. So that's good news for Chelsea as well, that they've not really been pressurised terribly by the visitors, who came in 1-0 down from the first leg and now find the deficit has been doubled. And they will have to dig deep into their reserves of UEFA Champions League experience to transform this tie now. Havertz on the right-hand side for Chelsea. James to Conte on the edge of the penalty area. And then Kovacic with the right foot shot, which curls just wide of the target. Wouldn't he just love to score, the former Real Madrid player, against Atletico Madrid? But harmlessly behind from an Atleti point of view. 1-0 it remains to Chelsea, 2-0 on aggregate.
Thanks, Stephen. A few more moments to go in London. Let's go to Munich, though, where it's half-time. Jackie Oatley.
It's Bayern 1, Lazio 0, 5-1 to Bayern on aggregate. And I said before the game, the main focus was to not make errors and to present the best of themselves. But instead, they made an error. Robert Lewandowski able to score from the penalty spot. And it's Bayern 1, Lazio 0. Bayern easing their way into the quarterfinals.
Thank you, Jackie. More from Jackie at half-time. Still a few more moments to play in West London. Chelsea in control, Stephen Wyatt.
Yeah, final few seconds of the first half, plus whatever additional time is going to be added on. But the answer to that is absolutely none at all. Whistle goes bang on 45 minutes with Chelsea 1-0 up on the night, courtesy of a quite brilliant counter-attacking goal from one end of Stamford Bridge to the other for Timo Werner to tee up Hakim Ziyech to score 10 minutes before half-time, right-footed finish under the body of Oblak to add to the first leg goal scored by Olivier Giroud. And on a night when Atletico had to score bare minimum, they have registered just a couple of tame shots, one from Renan Lodi, another from João Felix. They had a half-hearted appeal for a penalty, but haven't offered nearly enough going forward to threaten Chelsea, who were able to pinch a vitally important goal for themselves on the break. And at half-time at Stamford Bridge, in the round of 16 second leg, it is Chelsea 1, Atletico Madrid 0, 2-0 on aggregates.
Remember to download the official Champions League podcast shortly after each match night using your favourite podcast provider. We'll bring you the best highlights, analysis and reaction with our dedicated Matchday Live teams.
You're listening to Matchday Live with me, Rod Daly, on UEFA.com, the Champions League app, and live across North America this evening on Sirius XM FC. Half-time in Munich, Bayern 1, Lazio 0. Lewandowski's penalty on 33 minutes, the difference, 5-1 on aggregate. We'll go to Jackie shortly to hear how the world, European and German champions have been getting on. But meanwhile, in Stamford Bridge, where there's far more jeopardy in the tide, it's Chelsea 1, Atletico 0 on the night, 2-0 on aggregate. Kevin Hatchard and Stephen Wyeth, your commentary team, join me now. Stephen, what was the story of that first half from a Chelsea point of view?
Well, the story of the first half was that it was played at an absolutely ferocious tempo, real intensity from both sets of players, which well, let's be honest, we hadn't anticipated at all. We thought it was going to be considerably more cagey than that. Yes, they remained as well balanced as they were for a majority of the first leg, but Chelsea, just with the greater intensity, the greater desire, the greater belief that they were able to score this evening and take the tie a little bit further away from Atletico Madrid. They were constantly attacking down the right-hand side. Reece James and Hakim Ziyech were giving Renan Lodi a bit of a torrid time on the left-hand side of the Atletico defence, but it was a counter-attack that proved to be the moment that saw them extend their lead on aggregate, swiftly breaking from the edge of their own penalty area before Werner on the left-hand side squared it for Ziyech to finish. Didn't quite hit it as sweetly as he would have done in his dreams, but the outcome was what he would have hoped for. Ball in the back of the net. At the other end, Atletico about shot Chelsea by 2-1 on target, but whereas Chelsea's one shot on target found the back of the net, Atletico's two tame efforts were comfortably dealt with by goalkeeper Eduard Mendy, and that's probably been a little bit more straightforward than Chelsea might have anticipated in the first half.
Chelsea have worked incredibly hard. Havertz, one of the top players in terms of distance covered in the first half. I'm not entirely surprised by that because he's popped up on the left, he's popped up on the right, he's been in the half spaces, he's been always available for Chelsea to find in pockets of space. They've worked incredibly hard out wide because they've stopped Carrasco getting forward down the left, they've stopped Llorente getting forward down the right, and then N'Golo Conte, as we expect, has been incredible in midfield, just closing Atletico down, shutting off passing lanes, going and foraging and fetching the ball all over the pitch. He's been terrific. And in some ways, it's been similar to the first leg. Stephen's quite right. The pace of it has been different, but the pattern's been similar in that Chelsea have had control, and they've said to Atletico, okay, when you win the ball, can you mount a counter-attack? And they haven't really been able to very often because Chelsea have been very clever at just shutting them down and stopping those attacks at the source.
Okay, gents, we'll come back to you for the second half. Chelsea leading Atletico 1-0, and while it feels comfortable for Chelsea, remember, Atletico need 2 and they're through at the expense of Chelsea. That tie is not done. It probably is in Munich with Bayern 5-1 ahead on aggregate, 1-0 on the night. Jackie Oatley, we talked about it pre-match. Bayern basically know they're into the quarterfinals. How have they played that opening 45 minutes?
Yeah, it was actually a fairly evenly contested one. Bayern had more of the possession, but Lazio did actually have a couple of opportunities at 0-0. Correa playing a 1-2 with Maurici, and wide of the post from Correa. That was a decent chance. Luis Alberto dinked the ball over to Milinkovic-Savic. He tried to get ahead to it, but defender Luca Hernandez got a boot to it, and it went just wide of the post as well. But Lazio came into this game primarily wanting to keep a clean sheet and not give the ball away and not not make any of the defensive howlers that really littered that first leg and were so costly for them, particularly in the first half when they conceded 3. But unfortunately for them, it was Vedat Murici back defending a Bayern corner. He challenged Leon Goretzka, illegally so in the box. Many protestations from the Lazio.
So halftime, people.
He was shown a yellow card for dissent, and Lewandowski stepped up. Wonderful penalty.
Halftime. A lot to talk about. How did Atletico got it wrong? How did they get it wrong to the point where they're looking like they're not even having anything to offer in this game? They look like how does Atletico looks like at the moment when I'm watching? Feels like that guy who loses the girl or who loses an ex, or maybe who lives the ex but doesn't want to give up. Doesn't
to
want.
the midway point in February. Jackie, do you think we'll see a bit of rotation ahead of the Stuttgart game in the Bundesliga for Bayern?
Yeah, they could well do. I mean, this game you would think was it was a case of they will go on and score some more goals in the second half. They do have options on the bench. They've got the likes of Jamal Musiala if they want to from an attacking point of view. So they have to make sure that they keep a clean sheet. I'm guessing that's one of the things he'll be saying to his side in the second half. He'll be saying, come on, you've done the hard bit. Now just make sure you don't do anything silly at the back, because they have struggled for clean sheets of late. They don't have one in 6 and only 1 in 6 in the Champions League. So I think that'll be the priority. And if they can add another goal or 2 up the other end to keep those confidence levels just fizzing, then they will do so.
Jackie, thank you. We'll come back to you for updates throughout the second half. Bayern 5-1 up on aggregate with their 1-0 lead tonight. There is, of course, UEFA Europa League action tomorrow evening with the return legs of the round of 16 matches taking place across the continent. Manchester United go to AC Milan with the score at 1-1 from the first leg. We'll hear from their boss, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, in a moment. But first, striker Marcus Rashford says winning this competition is a priority.
That's the aim from when we unfortunately got kicked out of the Champions League. The focus was to win the Europa League, and anything less than that, I know the team, I know the staff, and we're not going to be happy with anything less than that. So we're going to do our absolute best to win the tournament.
When you see the culture, what's happening every day, I feel a lot of improvement in the everyday routine, everyday work we do. The boys have taken on board what we want, and it's for others to assess how much of an improvement. We're 12 points ahead of what we were at the same time in the league last season. Of course, we're all aiming to win trophies at this club. But as we've said, sometimes a trophy can hide the facts, hide the other facts, what's happening at the club. It's in the league position, of course, you see if you're progressing really. And sometimes in the cup tournaments, you might be lucky, you might be unlucky. Draws, games can be decided on different factors. So, but of course, aiming to win, because that's why you play football. You're always aiming to win trophies.
Yeah, it's a massive game for us. I'm feeling positive. I'm optimistic. I think the first performance we showed that we can do well in difficult conditions. But now going to the San Siro, we're looking to have a dominant display and ultimately score goals.
I think I only played once in a friendly San Siro. I was mostly a spectator watching. A fantastic stadium with history. When it's full, it is an incredible place to play. So we're gonna, unfortunately, play it in a different type of atmosphere. We're gonna familiarize ourselves with the stadium tonight. Just have a little walk, so the boys can have a feel of the surroundings.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer and Marcus Rashford there. Solskjaer saying that De Gea, Pogba, Van der Beek, Cavani and Martial could all be welcome back from their recent absences. Zlatan Ibrahimovic could face his former club as well, having trained this week after injury. Also playing in the Europa League tomorrow, of course, Jose Mourinho's Tottenham go to Dinamo Zagreb with a commanding 2-0 lead from the first leg. The Portuguese boss says the tie is far from over.
I feel it open. I don't feel game over. If we go away and we lose 2-0 and we play the second leg at home, I don't feel it over. I feel it very difficult but open. So the way to approach the game is to think that way and to think that we still have a match to play and to get a positive result.
Harry Kane scored both goals in the first leg, and Jose Mourinho has already confirmed that he will start in Croatia. Heung-min Son came off against Arsenal in a North London derby defeat and does not feature, but I understand Gio Lo Celso could be back from injury for Spurs for that one. Head to UEFA.com for the best build-up and reaction to the UEFA Europa League. And it's also worth heading to UEFA.tv to watch a new documentary called A Year Under COVID-19. President Alexander Cheferin and other UEFA officials explain how European club and national team competitions have returned to play successfully and safely despite the pandemic. In the Champions League tonight, the last 16, of course, is almost over. And at the moment, it is Chelsea and Bayern who will complete the lineup for the last 8. The draw is on Friday, and you can watch it on UEFA.com and UEFA.tv. Chris Parrott has more.
For the first time in 16 years, neither Lionel Messi nor Cristiano Ronaldo will grace the last 8. Both were knocked out last week as Barcelona and Juventus crashed out. But the two heirs to their footballing throne are in the quarter-finals.
Mbappe on the hat-trick to his left. There it is, with a brilliant finish. And they've got yellow shirts over. Holland's there and scores. It's a brilliant 1-2.
Kylian Mbappe became the youngest player to reach 25 goals in the Champions League 7 days ago. Erling Haaland now has 20 in just 14 matches in this competition. He says it brings the best out of him.
I said it before, now I'll say it again. It's a special tournament, and yeah, Champions League is just something special.
So Paris and Dortmund are into the hat, and so too are Porto, after a famous victory over Juventus.
Sergio Oliveira strikes it low and in! Incredible!
The two-time winners haven't gone beyond the last 8 since they last lifted the trophy in 2004. Here's defender Malang Sarr.
It's difficult to find the words. Really happy. We've done the job, but I'm really proud of the team because everybody is amazing.
On their last trip to the quarter-finals, Porto were thumped by Liverpool in 2019. They could meet the English champions again, given Jürgen Klopp's side are also into the last 8.
Mo Salah cuts in field onto the left foot and scores. Surely the decisive goal.
Liverpool have been excellent in Europe despite some indifferent domestic form. Mo Salah's keeping his feet on the ground, though.
We just need to take each game and just focus on the next game and focus on the next game. We don't have to look to the big picture, to leave the pressure outside the field and just play football.
Liverpool are one of 2 English sides in Friday's draw alongside Manchester City, who eased past Borussia Mönchengladbach last night. They're dreaming of the quadruple and might be the team to avoid. City have never won the Champions League. Real Madrid definitely have.
3 in a row, 13 in total. It is a legacy that will live on forever.
Madrid were last champions of Europe in 2018, their 13th success in the competition. They saw off Atalanta yesterday to make it through to the quarter-finals for the 17th time in the Champions League era.
Going to go on his loan against it to Asensio, and how about that for a first touch?
The draw for the last 8 starts at midday CET on Friday and is live on UEFA.com and UEFA.tv. We'll also find out the potential semi-final pairings as well. The first legs of the quarter-finals take place on Tuesday the 6th and Wednesday the 7th of April.
Yeah, can't wait for Friday's draw. Currently, the 8 teams will be Dortmund, Liverpool, Paris Saint-Germain, Porto, Real Madrid, Manchester City, Bayern and Chelsea. Not bad at all. Coming up very shortly, though, full second half of Chelsea versus Atletico, who are not dead and buried yet, plus update and all the goals from Bayern Lazio. If you've just joining us, here's what you've missed so far.
Now Chelsea are breaking, and Werner has the ball at his feet on the left-hand side, and support arriving. Timo Werner across the Hakim Ziyech to give Chelsea the lead. And what a hugely significant moment that could be in the tie. A wonderful, scintillating counter-attack from Chelsea. Werner with the pinpoint accurate ball across the face of the penalty area, and Ziyech's shot was half saved by Oblak, but he couldn't prevent it crossing the line, hitting the back of the net, and Chelsea lead Atletico Madrid 1-0 on the night, 2-0 on aggregate.
Goretzka's gone down inside the penalty area. The referee has pointed to the spot, and the Lazio defenders are crowding around the referee. He's shown a yellow card to Acerbi. Bayern have a penalty. And Lewandowski steps up, right-footed, and he scores low into the bottom left-hand corner with plenty of pace and power. Pepe Reina went the opposite way, and Bayern Munich are cruising into the next round. It's Bayern 1, Lazio 0, 5-1 on aggregate.
Well, we're going to Jackie Oatley throughout the course of the second half for updates from Bayern Lazio. They are back underway in Munich. You're listening to Matchday Live with me, Rob Daly, on UEFA.com, the Champions League app, and live across North America on Sirius XM FC. But we're just back underway in West London. Your commentary team on Chelsea Atletico, Kevin Hatchard, and first Stephen Wyatt.
And there's been a change at half-time by the side that is chasing the tie, but it's not an attacking change as such. Mario Hermoso has come on to replace Renan Lodi, which makes an awful lot of sense considering the Brazilian was booked in the first half, and that is certainly not a gamble that Diego Simeone will want to take, being reduced to 10 men as they chase the tie. Chelsea, though, looking to further take advantage of their situation as they attack down the left-hand side. Ziyech, the goal scorer, getting to the ball and playing it forward towards Kai Havertz, who played such a crucial role in the goal that separates the sides on the evening. Here's Kovacic in field for Chelsea. You go back into their own half to Zuma. Here's N'Golo Conte out towards his captain, Cesar Azpilicueta, who swaps passes with James and then sends it forward for Werner, who's made an excellent run into space on the right-hand side. He's got a crossing opportunity, pulls it back for James. They're just beyond the reach of its intended target as it's flicked away by Savic, and then Conte gets to the loose ball, but we're going to come back for a challenge on Luis Suarez. That'll be an Atletico Madrid free kick at 1-0 to Chelsea. It remains in the early stages of the second half.
And the substitution makes sense, Stephen, because what they've done is they brought on Mario Hermoso. It'll be 3 at the back when they don't have the ball, with Trippier and Carrasco as wing-backs effectively. But when they do have the ball, what you'll see is Hermoso move into more of a kind of left-back position, especially when he brings out the ball. So that makes sense. I thought Renan Lodi really struggled in that first half, especially against Reece James, especially once he picked up the yellow card. It's an eminently sensible substitution. And in some ways, even though it might seem like a kind of neutral substitution, it might help them in attack.
Hermoso, of course, got the assist on the Olivier Giroud goal in the first leg, so he'll be absolutely determined to make amends. But here comes Timo Werner, right-hand side of the penalty area, looking to get the ball across the face of goal and forcing a really sharp save out of Oblak, who got down brilliantly to his right and got a strong hand to turn it behind for a corner kick.
That's the Timo Werner that we know. He's on the move very early there. It's a perfectly weighted pass for him, and he's got nothing else on his mind. He wants to drive towards goal, fires it low. It's a really good stop from Oblak. Gets down so sharply. Big, strong right hand to send that ball behind for a corner.
So an early second half corner to be taken by Hakim Ziyech, who's swinging it in left-footed into an excellent area. Atleti require a couple of heads to the ball before Koke can thump it clear up towards halfway, and Azpilicueta sends it back to his goalkeeper. Just to explain, in case you've forgotten the goal from the first leg, the ball came off Mario Hermoso, which played Olivier Giroud onside before he conjured up that spectacular overhead kick. It was a moment in the game that took about 3 minutes to sort out with the assistance of the video assistant referee, but the right decision was reached and was the reason that Chelsea came into tonight 1-0 to the good. And why the goal scored by Hakim Ziyech this evening means it's 2-0 on aggregate. 4 minutes played in the second half. Ball in towards the feet of Luis Suarez, who is dealt with by Zuma. And now Havertz looking to break through the middle for Chelsea, who've got men forward and would have been able to break if Jose Jimenez hadn't brought Kai Havertz to the deck inside the centre circle. So that will be a Chelsea free kick.
It's worked incredibly hard. Havertz just got a tickle on the ball to take it away from the first man, and then Hermoso made the decision, you're not getting past me, whatever happens.
I remember a few years ago, a friend of mine, knowing that I watched a lot of Bundesliga football, would ask me every week, how's Kai Havertz doing? How did Kai Havertz get on at the weekend? Well, he's doing very well this evening, as far as Chelsea are concerned. He's one of the architects of the goal, leading the charge forward before Werner squared for Ziyech to fire Chelsea in front. We saw a great replay at half-time of the goal, just with the camera focused on the Chelsea boss, Thomas Tuchel, who for about 20 seconds was just simply saying, yes, 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 yes. You could see his lips moving in anticipation of what was happening next, like an expectant parent watching their child preparing to take its first steps, and eventually they let go of the handrail and made the move across the living room. It was a lovely moment. Is Atletico Madrid looking to attack down the left-hand side. Hermoso comes inside instead for Koke. It's João Felix with the ball forward, and then Kai Havertz is caught again, this time by Saul, who's going to turn around and see a yellow card being brandished in his face by Daniele Ossato, who is tired of the cheap fouls on Kai Havertz.
Haven't been able to deal with him tonight. His movement, how cute he is in possession. It's pretty simple, just controls it and just knocks it away from Saul, but he's late with the challenge. And that's the kind of elusive movement he's been producing all evening, Havertz.
Survivor of Atletico Madrid's excellent runs through this competition in the past, twice finalists in recent times, but in danger of going out at the round of 16 stage, which is a hurdle that they've managed to clear more often than not in recent times. Lost in the quarterfinals last season against RB Leipzig. Hermoso's attempts to play the ball up the touchline are prevented by Conte, who's scampering back into position. We've played 51.5 minutes at Stamford Bridge, 1-0 to the home side on the night, 2-0 Chelsea on aggregate. The side fourth in the Premier League, looking like it's going to get the better of the team that currently leads the Spanish La Liga by 4 points. Kovacic with the ball forward, looking to swap passes with Werner. Can't quite take the return pass, but Carrasco's been dispossessed by Conte, and now here's Ziyech, who's got an outlet provided by James. Azpilicueta. There's an intensity about Atletico Madrid's closing down, but the fact that they're having to do so much closing down tells you that Chelsea are on the main in possession, and that is exactly the situation as they would like it.
I think because Chelsea have had so much control in midfield, sometimes when Atletico win the ball, it's so rare for them to do so, they're trying to force it. And what's happening is they're giving the ball away in their own half.
Here comes Havertz on the right-hand side for Chelsea. Werner on the move towards the near post. Breaks as far as Ziyech, who's looking to line himself up for a left-foot shot, which is charged down right on the edge of the penalty area. Bursts to Rudiger, who's winding up to take aim. Just wide of the right-hand post. Oblak didn't look terribly concerned, but it was a spectacular-looking effort from Rudiger.
It's a really good hit. He gets it out of his feet and gives it the treatment with his right boot. He's a long way out, but he actually struck that very well. But again, just before that, Stephen, really good movement between the front three. Again, combining well. You've got Havertz, you've got Werner, you've got Ziyech, and Ziyech did really well to work the shooting opportunity, but it was actually great defending.
Player on loan from Lyon in France, Moussa Dembele, has come on for Atletico Madrid. He's replaced Yannick Carrasco, so a little bit of extra firepower up front for the Spaniards. Yet to make his full debut for the club, fourth substitute appearance for them. Is Werner on the edge of the penalty area, falls wide right, but still in possession as he heads towards the right-hand corner flag. Plays it infield to Kai Havertz, who's trying to spread the play from right to left, but can't get the ball to reach Marcos Alonso. And here's the first touch for Dembele, who is shepherded out of harm's way by Rudiger. That'll be a throw to Atletico on halfway.
The idea is to try and give Suarez some more support in that central area. They've moved João Felix out to the left-hand side. They just haven't been able, similar to the first leg, to get Suarez in areas where he can do damage. There hasn't been a clear-cut chance for him to really bear down on goal and give Mendy something to think about. And until they can do that, they're just not going to get back into this game.
They need not just the one goal, they need to score twice. That changes the complexion, obviously, of the tie, but at the moment, you don't really get a sense that there is a goal in this contest for Atletico Madrid, who are only being outscored by Barcelona in La Liga this season, but have just found them so hard to come by in the UEFA Champions League. Not too many of the players on the pitch for them this evening have one in the competition. I make it just 4 currently on the field for Atletico Madrid, who have scored in the UEFA Champions League this season, and now they have got a corner to defend in the 10th minute of the second half. Chelsea attacking down the left-hand side and applying further pressure.
And again, Timo Werner running in behind all the time now. He's enjoying himself very much. He senses that if he keeps running these channels, if he keeps making these runs, he's going to get in time and time again.
So corner on the left-hand side. Ziyech takes, firing it out towards James on the edge of the penalty area. He catches it on the volley, but not as true as he might have done under other circumstances, and it didn't reach the goal before it was headed away. But it shows you the confidence that Chelsea are playing with, that they are trying a corner kick routine like that.
It was ambitious. It's the kind of thing that when Roberto Carlos played in the Champions League, you'd be trying to set him up with, trying to hit it first time, or maybe Paul Scholes. That was
I was just about
certainly.
When you see a corner taken like that as a commentator, the next thing you expect to say is Scholes, because that's the only player that I can think of who really does always consistently make the kind of contact that's required in those situations. Kovacic in field to Ziyech. It's still all Chelsea. This is very much a more one-sided start to the second half than Atletico Madrid would have liked. Is James on the right-hand side, infield to Ziyech, opening up for a left-foot shot, which is tipped over the crossbar by Oblak. That was dipping just underneath the crossbar, and it needed a touch from the Atleti goalkeeper to turn it away.
What I love about that from Reece James is sometimes you can get into a pattern where every time you get the ball wide, you just whip in the same cross over and over again. He waited, he had a look, he saw Ziyech on the edge of the area, perfect ball into his feet, and a lovely effort from Ziyech. He's really grown into the game. Thought he started nervously, had a couple of loose touches, much better.
Ziyech somewhat ambitiously had come across to the right-hand side to take the corner so he could whip it in with his left foot, despite the ball going pretty much over the corner of crossbar and post on the other side, and therefore he's had to go all the way over to the left, which is where the corner was always.
Worth a try.
See if nobody notices. Always trying to steal that little bit of an extra advantage, aren't they? Here comes the corner now. Zuma leaping to try and get his head to it. It's cleared as far as Conte, who sends it back to halfway, where the selfless Kovacic is once again furthest man back for Chelsea. Here is Ziyech now on the left-hand corner of the penalty area. Nods it down for Alonso, gets the pass back. Plenty of Chelsea shirts around the ball. One of them is Havertz, who finds Conte. They're doing such a good job of retaining possession, Chelsea, when they are able to get into Atletico Madrid territory, which is fairly often, actually, in the 12 and a half minutes played of this second half, still protecting their 1-0 lead on the night, 2-0 on aggregate, and looking very, very comfortable with that situation. Another ball up the inside right channel for Timo Werner to try and chase down. Hermoso, though, gets to the loose ball and shrugs off the challenge of Werner and plays the ball forward to Luis Suarez, who wants a free kick for a challenge by Rudiger and gets it.
Work rate of Werner and Havertz has been fantastic tonight. They've really pressed the man with the ball well. They've made those runs in behind whenever they can. Havertz has been moving all the way along the attacking line. It's been a really good performance from those two, a confidence-building performance.
João Felix in a tussle with N'Golo Kante, and this time the referee waves away claims for a free kick for the side from the Spanish capital, and Ziyech, as he goes to ground, does get a decision in his and Chelsea's favour. Chelsea wanted to take the free kick quickly, but there is going to instead be a substitution, so that's a good opportunity to hand you back to Rob.
Thank you very much, Stephen. So a quarter of an hour gone in Munich in the second half. Bayern leading 1-0, Jackie Oatley.
They are. We had a stoppage just a few moments ago for a rather hideous-looking injury to Manuel Lazzari. Dislocated his little finger, and it was sitting at a right angle. Extremely painful. So we had a few minutes break for that. But Simone Inzaghi has brought on a couple of substitutes, Parolo and Andreas Pereira. No goals in the second half. Just that first half penalty from Lewandowski, the difference. But Lazio trying to force their way back into this game. Haven't created a great deal, but there was a fabulous clearance from Lulic, 35-year-old off the bench. Fabulous hooked clearance as Kimmich tried to play in Gnabry. But not much else to tell you about this second half.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Bayern heading into the quarterfinals. To get in touch with us, by the way, use the hashtag MatchDayLive on Twitter and let us know where you're listening from. Like Richard, who's tuning in, wishing he was at Stamford Bridge tonight, listening from New Jersey in the United States. Keep your messages coming in, loads of them coming into us. Hashtag MatchDayLive on Twitter.
A free kick for Chelsea. Yellow card in the direction of Jose Jimenez for a lunging challenge. He lost control of the ball and in attempting to make amends of it, caught Kai Havertz pretty full on the shin. Just about managed to keep his foot down low enough to take any thought of a red card out of the equation there. If you'd been with us a moment ago, you would have heard the collective sound of our jaws hitting the floor as Luis Suarez's number was put up on the electronic board. He has been substituted. He's not happy about it. His socks are currently getting the brunt of that frustration as N'Golo Kanté plays the ball forward into the feet of Havertz. Marcus Alonso with the ball across the penalty area, and the way it goes from Jose Jimenez now to play for a throw. What do you make of that substitution? Angel Correa on for Luis Suarez.
It's a really bold call. They haven't been able to get Suarez into the game in either of these matches against Chelsea, and you have to give Chelsea credit for that. But I'm surprised that you would take your best finisher off when you need 2 goals to turn the tie around.
Top scorer no longer on the field for an Atletico Madrid side who have to score twice. Well, they are going out of the Champions League at the round of 16 stage. Not something that they are all that familiar with based on recent achievements. This would be a disappointment for them. Looking to make up for it as they come down the right-hand side. Trippier able to get forward for the first time in this second half. Here's the substitute Angel Correa across the penalty area towards Dembele, but cleared before he could get a shot away and out of play for a throw-in. Fine defending by Azpilicueta.
I guess the one thing you'd say about Correa is he's perhaps a bit more mobile, perhaps a little less predictable in his movement. Maybe they feel that'll unlock things.
Here is Angel Correa again, but it's broken up by Chelsea, and now they're looking to break down the left with Werner taking on Jose Jimenez. He thinks he's got the beating of him for pace. Now he's got support arriving. Going to go it alone. Timo Werner left-footed. Just wide of the target as the angle was closing unfavourably against him.
He's got Kai Havertz there alongside him. He's made a long busting run through the centre. He's one-on-one with the defender. Just don't think he makes the right decision there. He makes it harder for himself by moving out onto his left foot, onto his weaker left foot. Surprised that he doesn't come inside on his right and open up the goal and give himself the option of bringing Havertz into the play. But this is the problem for Atletico. They're going to get caught by Werner's pace on the counter-attack.
Dembele looking to get Atleti moving in the right direction and has done well up against Azpilicueta, forcing the Chelsea defender to put the ball behind for a corner kick. If you could have seen Kai Havertz's reaction to not getting the pass from Timo Werner there, his eyes disappeared so far into the back of his head that he might just take a little while to refocus as he gets them back, pointing in a forward direction. Chelsea have got a corner kick to defend in the 63rd minute of the game. A game they're winning 1-0, a tie they are leading by 2-0. Trippier curling it in, right-footed. It's helped on, but then helped away, and Werner heads it further clear. Angel Correa retrieving the loose ball to Llorente, who is furthest back for Atletico. Super pass into the feet of João Felix. Here's Angel Correa, inside left channel, drifting inside. N'Golo Kanté across to try and dispossess him. Saul with a first-time cross on the volley, which most in blue weren't anticipating, apart from Rudiger, who was alert to clear.
It's another good example there, Stephen, of the lack of movement and anticipation from Atletico, because you've got a ball there, a good ball into the box, and nobody has gambled. Nobody's run across the near post. Nobody's anticipating that that ball is going to come across. And that's been a real problem for Atletico across both legs. They just haven't had enough players willing to burst into the box and willing to gamble that the ball is going to arrive at their feet.
Chelsea heading towards a 10th victory in 14 games in all competitions, as they defend a throw-in taken by Hermoso. It comes back out towards the Atletico Madrid fullback, who somewhat slices his attempted pass across the field, and Trippier has to retreat to get it. Plays it forward. Llorente trying to make a nuisance of himself, and Rudiger has been... no, it's an offside, well spotted by the referee's assistant. Llorente hadn't got himself a back level. Flag is up, and Atletico Madrid are denied that opportunity to maintain the pressure, and things are going according to plan for Thomas Tuchel, a very well so far executed plan.
Yeah, same as the first leg. And when was the last time, Steve, when we talked about Marcos Llorente running at Chelsea and causing a problem? He's been nullified completely so far in this game tonight. He's had a couple of moments when he's got away down the right-hand side, but in general, they've dealt really well with him. They've kept Joao Felix at arm's length. They've completely nullified Luis Suarez to the point where he's been withdrawn from the game, with Simeone clearly feeling that he wasn't able to make enough of an impact.
Well, there's a Chelsea player down, and that looks a concerning one, and referee Daniele Osato has stopped play to the dismay of the Atletico Madrid players because they were in possession, but it's at Zuma with his hands on his head, and yeah, he's had a clash of heads there with Dembele as he went up to head the ball, so absolutely the right thing to do to stop the game.
Yeah, he's tried to just lean into that header, and Moussa Dembele was there, and he's basically headed Moussa Dembele's head, and that's always a very painful one. So the referee absolutely right to stop the game. As soon as he realised that there could be a head injury, he has to stop the action.
Yeah, not out cold, not out cold. He landed, didn't he? He had his faculties about him as he landed, but then collapsed to the field. So he is being seen to by the medical staff with a moment now for everybody to take a breath, which is not. We've had too many opportunities to do. Midway through the second half at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea 1, Atletico Madrid 2-0 on aggregate.
Thank you, Stephen. The break in West London gives us a chance to head to matters in Munich. Bayern in control. Midway point to the second half. Jackie Oatley.
And Bayern have almost made it 2-0 on the night, which would have been 6-1 on aggregate. Gnabry from the left-hand side gave the ball to Alaba. Lovely swift pass from him, first time to Lewandowski. Created so much space for himself. Right-footed, low drive, cannoned off the left-hand post, back onto the back and the neck of the goalkeeper, Pepe Reina. Fortunately for him, ended up back in his hands instead of going into the back of the net. But that's the closest we've come to a goal in the second half. Bayern fully in control, 1-0 on the night, 5-1 on aggregate.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Hashtag Matchday Live to get in touch. Hello to SA tuning in from Massachusetts and Eric listening from Michigan tonight, cheering on Chelsea, who are, as things stand, going to be in Friday's quarterfinal draw for the Champions League. Crucially here, Stephen Wyeth, Kurt Zouma is back to his feet at Stamford Bridge.
Yeah, it doesn't look 100% back ready as yet. And in fact, he's not been called back onto the field as yet, but he does look as though he's going to be able to continue. Away from the touchline now to alert Daniele Osato to the fact that Zouma is fit now to return, and he duly does so. But it's been quite unusual to have a hiatus in this game, which has been played at such a ferocious tempo with very little let up from either set of players. Atletico now, though, with a throw-in on the right-hand side. A Trippier to take in the 68th minute of the game. Atletico Madrid still requiring 2 goals. If they were to score twice without Chelsea scoring again, then they would progress on away goals, but that is still some way in the distance. They need to get one first before we can start contemplating that turn up in events, as Saul fakes a shot before passing instead to Koke, who sends it out to Hermoso on the left-hand side. N'Golo Conte, one of several N'Golo Contes who are on the field tonight, judging by the numerous positions he takes up, intercepts that pass and clears, and whistle blows for an infringement on halfway, or at least close to it, and it will be a Chelsea free kick. He's one of those sorts of players, isn't he?
You have to check, don't you, just to make sure there isn't several N'Golo Contes. But interesting that Atletico are trying to step up the pace. They're trying to move the ball more quickly. They're trying to create gaps in that Chelsea rearguard. But I think they found the pace really, really difficult to live with. Atletico across these 2 legs, they just haven't been able to live with Chelsea in those midfield areas. They're bringing on Thomas Lemar. I can understand why, to try and pose more of a threat, but they've taken off Kieran Trippier. So that's an interesting one, because he's arguably their best crosser of the ball.
Yeah, but they're having to make these sorts of sacrifices under the circumstances. They've had to take off their top scorer because he's not having one of those sorts of nights, Luis Suarez. Now they're having to take off the man who is responsible for an awful lot of their set pieces, Kieran Trippier, to bring on the Frenchman, Thomas Lemar, the 25-year-old. What sort of impact can he have on the game? But 4 changes already made by Diego Simeone in an attempt to change the momentum, the pattern of this game, but so far it is not happening for them. Savic with the ball forward, or at least it was intended ball forward for Angel Correa. Instead, Rudiger comes up in possession and is charging forward, but the ball goes out of play for a throw in. He's having an absolutely monumental night at the heart of the Chelsea defence again. Is Antonio Rudiger. Here's João Felix. Infield, clips it forward, right-footed. Zuma wins the header. Ball drops in the direction of Lemar, but he's unable to retain possession. And the central midfielder, Conte, unlike not the right-back, N'Golo Conte, or the left winger, comes up in possession. Alonso flying into a challenge. Here's Llorente coming up in possession for the visitors across field to Hermoso, who's sending it into the penalty area, left-footed, but into an area unoccupied by a red and white shirt. And Edouard Mendy comes out of his penalty area on the left-hand side to retrieve possession and buy him and his team a little bit more time.
Clearly decided, Atletico, that one of the angles of attack they should pursue is to get the ball to Hermoso in that kind of inside left channel and whip the ball into the box. Now, Moussa Dembele is strong in the air, we know that, but the ball has to be so accurate, and so far he hasn't come anywhere near the quality required to actually find him in that area.
Havertz with the ball out to the left-hand side to Marcos Alonso. We're just in a shot of Thiago Silva in the crowd, barking instructions. Not sure what sort of coaching information he has to impart on the Chelsea players, but he was giving it a little bit of input in what looked like it was a Thiago Silva branded baseball cap, from what I could see. I didn't realise.
Have you not got a Stephen Wyeth branded baseball
Not
cap?
yet. The SW doesn't work as well together as he's managed to get the TS working in perfect harmony. Here's Hermoso. Infield for Koke, João Felix. Not sure I'm quite the trendsetter that your average elite footballer is in terms of getting that merchandise shifted.
It's never too late. It's never too late.
Here's Lemar, infield, the substitute, playing it out to the right-hand side to Savic, who plays it back infield to Koke. His pass is picked off by Kovacic, and they are devoid of ideas at the moment, Atletico Madrid, and that's not something that you are able to say very often about a Diego Simeone team, as Kovacic rides a couple of challenges, but not the third from Koke. And the player who is now only 9 appearances short of 500 for Atletico Madrid is showing a yellow card for that lunch.
Can't remember too many games down the years that I've seen of Atletico where Saul and Koke have found it so difficult in that midfield area, where they've been overrun, outnumbered, outmatched at times. They've found it really, really tough to actually get a handle on Chelsea. We have to give Chelsea immense credit for that.
Here comes Conte through midfield, a rare misplaced pass from him intended for Werner, is easily picked off by Hermoso, who then subsequently puts the ball out of play for a Chelsea throw midway inside the Atletico half. On the right-hand side as Chelsea attack. The excellent Reece James takes a throw and gets it back from Conte. Not had as much involvement, James, in the second half, but so much tireless work in the first half to help Chelsea get into that position to extend their advantage, that you can perhaps understand that. Here's Ziyech in a central position with a ball forward for a run that he was anticipating but didn't arrive. And then Havertz has charged down the clearance, and Jose Jimenez has to react right in front of his goalkeeper to clear. A really frightening moment for Atletico, because that would have been tie over if Chelsea had scored again. However, it remains 1-0 on the night, 2-0 on aggregate.
Thank you very much, Steve. And meanwhile, there's been another goal in Munich. This happened a few moments ago. Your commentator is Jackie Oatley.
And Eric Choupo-Moting has made it to just moments after he came onto the pitch, and that has certainly settled it. It was clear before that Bayern had been coasting into the quarterfinals, and Eric Choupo-Moting has made absolutely sure.
So 6-1, the aggregate advantage for Bayern. They will be in Friday's draw for the quarterfinals. They'll be joined by Chelsea, the team that beat them in the 2012 final. Of course, the way things are going, they look very much in control. Stephen Wyeth.
Yeah, Bayern only 1 goal away now from the 7-1 aggregate margin by which they knocked Chelsea out at this stage of the competition on their run to their triumphant appearance in the final last season. Chelsea, unlike a year ago, are heading through from the round of 16 unless Atletico Madrid can come up with something quite dramatic in the final 16 minutes. They need to score twice in those 16 minutes, having so far failed to score in the tie, and they've not really looked like scoring so far this evening, but they still have hope, and whilst that hope exists, they will continue to try and find a way to unsettle Chelsea, to turn the tide in this game. But it's a tide which once again is coming in their direction as James powers forward and gets a touch on the ball to find Ziyech, who somewhat lets his teammate down there, who'd done so much good work, as Ziyech's first time cross drifts harmlessly behind and into the stands.
I tell you what, Stephen, that's outstanding from Reece James, because he drives infield and then he manages to bend the run to get himself into the position where he wanted to be in the first place. He draws men towards him, finds Ziyech in plenty of space, and as you say, Ziyech sends it straight over the bar. I think over the two legs, so far at least, what we've seen is exactly the kind of football that Thomas Tuchel wants to play. He wants to have control in midfield. He wants to give the man on the ball several options. He wants to work incredibly hard when Chelsea don't have the ball. This has been Tuchel ball. This is exactly what he wants to do.
It's very nearly 10 hours since Chelsea last conceded, heading towards a 6th consecutive clean sheet. As Atletico Madrid with Angel Correa passing the ball wide for Llorente, finding João Felix inside the penalty area, and it's turned away by Eduard Mendes. The ball was flashed across the face of his goal. Whether or not it was an effort on target, we will find out in a minute. But Atletico Madrid looking to maintain their pressure, but unable to do so as Rudiger just shepherds the ball behind for a goal kick.
Much better. Good movement from João Felix down the inside right channel. Just ran off the back of his defender. The angle was against him. Kovacic didn't get tight quickly enough, but it's a good save from Mendy. It's one you'd expect him to make, but he pushes the ball away at that near post.
Yeah, it was going in at the far post. It would have snuck inside. Hakim Ziyech, the goal scorer on the night, is making way. And for our friends listening in the United States of America, sound the Christian Pulisic klaxon, because he is coming on for the final 13 and a half minutes. But Ziyech has more than played his part in a match that looks as though it is going to go in Chelsea's favour. And his goal is the one that, as things stand, is clinching their place in the last stage of the UEFA Champions League.
Well, he'll add some more speed on the counter-attack. Got so much pace now in that front three with Pulisic and Werner and Havertz. I think sometimes people look at Havertz and how tall and willowy he is. They don't realise how quick he is. He eats up the ground so very swiftly, as we saw with the counter-attack for the goal. And that is a real threat that he can pose. Good to see Christian Pulisic ditch the full beard as well. I didn't think it suited him necessarily to see such a young player with such a massive beard. So he's ditched that, it would seem.
Well, it's so difficult, you know, wherever the hair is, you know, it's difficult to deal with under these circumstances. Maybe at a local cutthroat barber that he normally relies on to keep himself clean shaven, and he just hasn't been able to get access to it during these lockdown circumstances we continue to live through. Ball forward towards Dembele, one of the Atletico Madrid substitutes in the second half, is beyond his reach, and Zuma just marshalled him out of harm's way, and the ball runs behind for a Chelsea goal kick. 12 minutes remaining with Chelsea 1-0 up on the night, 2-0 on aggregate, and it is starting to look like a forlorn situation as far as Atletico Madrid are concerned. Werner has gone to ground under pressure from Savic, but has still managed to lay off a pass to Havertz. Now he gets the return. Here's Timo Werner, couldn't quite find Pulisic with the pass, but it breaks kindly for a Chelsea player. Conte finding James, who goes back in field to N'Golo Conte. Conte gets the ball bouncing straight back towards him as he fails with the pass to James. Atletico Madrid coming up with it. João Felix is felled by Azpilicueta, but we're playing advantage because Atletico Madrid have it on the right-hand side with Llorente, who's pirouetted and tried to navigate a route around Rudiger, but that's quite a long diversion if you want to go around Antonio Rudiger, and he's managed to force Atletico back into their own half. Here's Koke out to Hermoso on the left. João Felix inside left channel gets his head up, but he looks up, and as many people have tonight, has seen N'Golo Conte standing right in front of him. Thomas Lemar for Koke, the Atletico Madrid captain, with the armband on his left bicep, and a foul by Kovacic on João Felix. And that will be an Atletico Madrid free kick, and Kovacic will be relieved that there was no production of a yellow card, which would have meant that he misses the first leg of the quarter-final, which Chelsea seemed destined for.
starting to cause Chelsea a few problems with his movement. Joao Felix getting in between the lines and tempting Kovacic into that challenge. They need a moment, they need something to grab hold of because they just haven't produced enough across these two games so far.
Thomas Lemar with the free kick, headed down by Jimenez and volleyed away by Werner as far as the free kick taker, Lemar. He gets it out to Saul on the left-hand side. Here's Angel Carrera across the face of goal. Joao Felix turns, gets a shot away left-footed, and it takes a couple of deflections on its way past the outside of the left-hand post.
That's the real Joao Felix. Lightning fast turn. Takes that ball, gets it onto his left foot. Turned away from the defender so sharply there. It's a good block in the end and a vital one.
So corner kick on the right-hand side to be whipped in left-footed by Thomas Lemar, but not until Daniele Assato, our Italian referee, has sorted out a little bit of pushing and shoving just in front of the near post that Chelsea are defending. Hasn't taken him long to get his message across. So here comes Lemar with the corner, fired in, but it took a deflection off a Chelsea player before going behind, so that'll be another corner kick. So Lemar can try again, didn't quite get the elevation on the last delivery. So a reset from the two sets of players. Short this time though to Llorente, but the pushing and shoving has continued. And someone's gone to ground, a Chelsea player's gone to ground, and a red card is out for Stefan Savic. And the indication from Daniele Assato is that he saw an elbow throw, and so Atletico Madrid 2 goals down on aggregate, and now a man down for the final 9 minutes of the tie.
Savic has to be very careful here. He's incensed, he's shouting at the referee, but he would do well to get off the field because this is not going to help his team. The referee was very clear there in what he felt he saw, and there is an elbow there. There's the point of the elbow is just dug back into Rudiger. They're very close to each other, very tight, and he winds up that right elbow. There's no doubt about that. The referee saw that. It's not particularly violent. It's not a big swing, but the referee clearly felt it was enough to send him off. It's one of those, Stephen, where he's given the referee a decision to make.
Exactly right. I was just about to say the same thing. I mean, the Atletico Madrid players are not happy with Antonio Rudiger, who went to ground having been on the receiving end of that elbow into the ribs. He's had to cope with an awful lot, Rudiger, in terms of, in the first leg, the treatment he was getting from Luis Suarez, and he's incensed 1 or 2 of the Atletico Madrid players, but as he said, Stefan Savic, the minute he swings the elbow, it gives Daniele Assato a decision to make, and certainly Massimiliano Irrati, the VAR, has seen absolutely no reason for him to reconsider his initial decision of red card for the Atletico Madrid defender.
Well, once you swing that elbow, it doesn't matter whether it's a little jab or it's a massive wind-up. Once you do that, you are effectively, putting yourself at risk of being sent off.
Yeah.
Because there's no attempt to play a ball, there's no attempt to do anything apart from use that elbow to either make separation between Rudiger or basically lash out. And so Savic, I think, can argue all he likes, but he will look back on that as a moment where he has slipped, I think.
It looks with 7 minutes left, Rob, as though this one is tie over, 1-0 on the night, 2-0 to Chelsea on aggregate.
And there has been another goal in Munich. This happened moments ago. Jackie Oatley on commentary.
Free kick to Lazio, and it's a consolation. Lazio have managed to pull the goal back on the night, and it's another game in which Bayern have failed to keep a clean sheet. Parolo with the header from Andreas Pereira's free kick, and it was so easy for Parolo. And that's a black mark on the night for Bayern, even though they're cruising through to the quarterfinals. 2-1 on the night, 6-2 on aggregate.
Yeah, Bayern do not keep the clean sheet that Jackie was alluding to early in the show. We'll hear from Jackie later on. Bayern, of course, are heading through despite that goal. But the red card for Atletico has just made their challenge look insurmountable. 6 to play at the 90. Back to Kevin Hadjard and Stephen Wyeth.
Chelsea have made a change with 6 minutes remaining. Timo Werner, who has done so much tireless work for them this evening, including being the creator of the only goal on the night. He has made way for Callum Hudson-Odoi, who's immediately had an opportunity in on goal, but has fired straight at Oblak. I feel a little bit sorry for Timo Werner, because he must have been thinking, down to 10 men, one of their defenders off, there's going to be a bit of space for me to exploit to get the goal I deserve, and immediately his numbers up on the board. But those are the decisions the head coaches have to make for the best of the team and the players involved.
And he'll know he's done a great job tonight. Tireless work, as you said, Stephen. He's been brilliant. I think Havertz and Ziyech have done their job as well. The interesting thing about this Chelsea spell under Thomas Tuchel, and I think it's a record that he's going to set tonight with 13 games unbeaten in the start of his Chelsea career. I think he moves past Luis Felipe Scolari.
Yes, he does, yeah.
The thing about that is you would look at those results and think, who is this Catenaccio master who's arrived?
Yeah.
Who's this guy, this modern-day Helenio Herrera who's arrived? But actually, it's just a byproduct of the way he wants to play, which is to have total control of the game, especially in midfield. And if the opposition don't have the ball, they can't score.
Here comes Hudson-Odoi on the left-hand side into Havertz, who plays it to Pulisic, who can't quite help it on to the overlapping player on the right-hand side, James, who does now get the pass. James across the face of goal, and that's really well defended by Jose Jimenez right in front of his goal to clear that away under pressure from Christian Pulisic. And then some wrestling involving Azpilicueta and Dembele, and a decision goes in favour of Atletico Madrid. Free kick for them just inside their own half, but with only 4 minutes now plus stoppage time to score the 2 goals they require.
I think Chelsea have been the far superior team over the 2 legs. I think this is a message really to the rest of the teams in the competition. It's going to be some effort over 2 legs to beat this Chelsea team, to have enough control in midfield, to create chances against them on a regular basis, and with the threat they can pose in attack, of course, any defence problems. And you mentioned it, Stephen, that heavy defeat they suffered against Bayern. Largely the same personnel, not quite the same. Of course, Havertz has come in, Werner's come in, but they look a totally different team. And that's not an attack on Frank Lampard, but it's more a big tick against the name of Thomas Tuchel.
Here comes Havertz out to James on the right-hand side. He's just forced away from goal, but Chelsea won't mind all the time that they're in possession of the ball inside the Atletico Madrid half. I think a conversation about the runners, how the runners and riders look going into the last 8 is one that we're going to have after the game this evening. So do stay with us for that, or you can hear it on the official UEFA Champions League podcast, which you should most definitely subscribe to. 3 minutes remaining. Chelsea 1, Atletico Madrid 0, 2-0 on aggregate. Atletico Madrid down to 10 men after the sending off of Stefan Savic for that swinging of an elbow into the ribs of Antonio Rudiger. Ball forward for the 10 men, but it bounces to Conte. Havertz with a lovely touch to take him past Lamar, and now he's leading the charge forward. Is Pulisic, plenty back for Atletico Madrid, and it's Hermoso who dispossesses Pulisic as he looks to go round him on the outside, on the right-hand side, and João Felix has the ball inside Atletico Madrid territory. Koke, ball forward to Angel Correa, but they have not had a shot on target in the second half, Atletico Madrid, and both shots on target in the first half were comfortably saved by Eduard Mendy. Here's Angel Correa dispossessed. Conte comes up with the ball at his feet, rides a couple of challenges. There's got Hudson-Odoi outside him. Chance for Chelsea to make absolutely sure of their progression. Hudson-Odoi caps inside onto his right foot, but he can't get the shot away, and another opportunity goes begging for Chelsea to extend their lead.
Wrong option there from Hudson-Odoi. He had Pulisic, who made a brilliant run to his right. That was the ball, just to slide it square and play Pulisic in. But again, Conte sensational, winning the ball and breaking forward. And you go back to Maurizio Sarri's time in charge and the controversy over him saying he is not a classic holding midfielder. He's a guy that can break forward. He's a guy that is his own category, really. And I absolutely agreed with that. People acted as if he was mad at the time and said, what do you mean? But that's what he does. He is box to box.
Yeah, he's been absolutely phenomenal again. Tonight would be deserving of the Man of the Match award, but so too would many in the blue of Chelsea tonight. Angel Correa with a ball forward for Llorente, who just about keeps it in play, and then Dembele takes a swing from a really unfavourable angle, and he doesn't make clean contact with the ball, and behind it goes for a goal kick. Even if the contact had been true, the things weren't exactly in his favour in terms of getting Atletico back into the match, and starting to feel as though this is just going to be one of those nights that they will look back on Atletico Madrid and wonder they might have done things differently. Thiago Silva is stood now. He's been stood in the concourse for a bit. Now he's back in front of his seat. He's got his hands on his thighs. He's leaning forward in anticipation of something. I'm assuming it's the final whistle, but he's showing quite a lot of nerves for a player whose team is so much in control of things at the moment. Alonso across the face of goal. Jimenez intercepts the cross. It falls kindly for Atletico Madrid, but Angel Correa deep back inside his own half is in entirely the wrong area of the field, considering that the 90 minutes are now up and we are heading into the additional time, 5 minutes of it at the end of the game, with Chelsea 2-0 up on aggregate. Hakim Ziyech's goal tonight, adding to the one scored in the first leg by Olivier Giroud, and they are heading through to the quarterfinals. Chelsea, for the first time in 2014, they've lost their previous 4 ties at this stage of the competition, but those can now be forgotten because they have been excellent over 2 legs, Chelsea, and they just have the stoppage time to see out. They're in possession of the ball inside the Atletico Madrid half, just knocking it around amongst themselves is Rudiger, forward for Kovacic. There have been so many outstanding performances amongst the Chelsea contingent, who have very much done what was expected and required of them by a manager, Thomas Tuchel, who was, Kevin Hatchard was saying just a few moments ago, is extending his unbeaten run at the start of his tenure as Chelsea boss to 13 games, which is a new club record, going past the 12 previously set by Big Phil Scolari, the Brazilian World Cup winning coach. A ball forward as Piliqueta intercepts it now. Here's Pulisic turning into space inside Atleti territory, through towards Hudson-Odoi, but the direction off an Atletico player, and it goes through to Oblak, who bowls it out quickly. But there's been a lot to admire about Chelsea tonight.
And the thing they've done all the way through the tie is they've made Atletico play at full stretch. Everything's been awkward. Everything's been a quarter chance, a half chance, a difficult pass, a difficult run that hasn't quite worked. They've made them look a lot worse than they are, and that's a hell of an effort.
João Felix inside the Chelsea penalty area, gets a shot away, and it is saved by Edo Edmendi. Have you ever seen a man as determined as he is to preserve a clean sheet?
It's a fantastic stop, and it's all the more impressive because he's had so little to do tonight. A glimpse of the magic of João Felix, because the first touch away from Azpilicueta is a really good one. Brings it down and then just manages to stretch and poke it away from him. That's where he comes alive when he's in the penalty area, but it's a really strong save.
Lamar from the resulting corner with 2.5 minutes of stoppage time remaining. Header comes in, but it's well away from target, and Kai Havertz can just lift it out of play for a throw in, and Chelsea are going to make a double change midway through the 5 minutes of stoppage time. Emerson and Chilwell are both coming on for the final couple of minutes, but yeah, pretty much tie over. Kai Havertz, one of those making way. Marcus Alonso, the other. They both have brilliant nights for Chelsea, who lead 2-0 on aggregate.
And we're headed towards the full-time whistle in Munich. Jackie Oatley.
It will be going any second now. Bayern comfortably through to the quarterfinals. 2-1 on the night, 6-2 on aggregate. There is the final whistle. The referee finally drawing it to a close. It has been straightforward. Lewandowski with a penalty. Eric Choupo-Moting with his first touch after coming off the bench. A lovely one as well. Marco Parolo heading a late consolation. That's all it was, though. Bayern safely through.
Thanks, Jackie. Chelsea on the charge late on. Stephen Wyeth.
Pulisic with options either side of him, goes left to Emerson to score for Chelsea. What a night it has been for them. And the substitute has added a little bit of gloss to the scoreline. 2-0 on the night, 3-0 on aggregate, and Chelsea are heading through to the quarterfinals.
And that feels about right. Feels a more realistic scoreline over the 2 legs. Chelsea have been far and away the better team. They've made Atletico look a lot more ordinary than they are. And this was a lovely move. Atletico, of course, committing then forwards, leaving space in behind. But it's a lovely counter-attack again. It's taken on by Pulisic. He waits. He knows he's got options left and right. He picks the right pass. He's always been so good at that. Always been good at making the right choice. plays the ball, perfect weight, and Emerson on that left foot can just run onto it, hit it first time across the goalkeeper, hard and low. It's a lovely Chelsea goal. And this is what they can do, Stephen, because they can have control of midfield and then bang, they can hit you on the counter. And the assistant coach, Thiago Silva, leading the celebrations.
Oh my God, that's brilliant.
In the empty stands.
Thiago Silva celebrates the goal on his own and then is immediately looking around in the stands for somebody to embrace, and spots Mason Mount heading in his direction. It's a really lovely moment there in the concourse in the stands. Emerson with just his second Chelsea goal and his first in the UEFA Champions League. Ball forward into the Chelsea penalty area, swept away by Zuma. There goes a full-time whistle. What an astonishing performance by Chelsea across two legs against one of the most experienced teams in the latter stages of the UEFA Champions League. They have got their tactics, they have got their approach absolutely spot on. A 1-0 win in the first leg has been followed up by a 2-0 victory in the second leg, and Ziyech scored the first 10 minutes before half-time after a brilliant Chelsea counter-attack down the left. Werner teeing him up for a right-foot finish. And deep in stoppage time, Emerson with his first touch after coming on as a substitute with a left-footed finish after yet another sweeping Chelsea move to give the scoreline the kind of look that Chelsea deserve it to have. 2-0 on the night at Stamford Bridge. They progressed to the quarter-finals for the first time since 2014. 3-0 on aggregates.
Remember to download the official Champions League podcast shortly after each match night using your favourite podcast provider. We'll bring you the best highlights, analysis and reaction with our dedicated Matchday Live teams.
You're listening to Matchday Live with me, Rob Daly, on UEFA.com, the Champions League app, and live across North America on Sirius XM FC. If you're a Chelsea fan right now, you must be getting excited by what Thomas Tuchel has done in about 6 weeks. His players are out there celebrating, big smiles on their face. Mount, Jorginho and Thiago Silva, the three fans in the house tonight. What a win for Chelsea. Thomas Tuchel smiling too. Stephen Wyeth, what a win, and what a two-leg win.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been absolutely phenomenal, Chelsea. And all of a sudden, from nowhere, they look like proper UEFA Champions League contenders. Because if they can do that to Atletico Madrid, if they can completely nullify a team that has twice in recent memory reached the final of this competition, what might they be able to do? How might they be able to conjure up the tactics and the approach to get the better of the more fancied side still remaining in this competition? Because they haven't given Atletico Madrid a sniff across two matches. They've completely controlled things this evening on a night when we thought it might be cagey, it might be attritional, it would go the distance, it would remain uncertain until the final whistle. Instead, what we've seen is intensity, desire, belief from Chelsea that there was no other outcome possible than their progression to the last eight of the UEFA Champions League, and they scored the goals at wonderful times as well. They were on top in the first half when they scored in the 35th minute, Hakim Ziyech with that right foot finish from right in front. And then in the second half, it was all Chelsea really. And until it was too late, we didn't get a shot on target in the second half from Atletico Madrid. And I think Chelsea deserved that goal right at the very end, to give them that moment to celebrate, to give them that moment to demonstrate their superiority both on the night and across the tie, because 3-0 on aggregate is a very, very fair reflection of the way that the 180 minutes have gone.
Of course, it's been a superb night for Chelsea, and that front three as well, Stephen. I'm sure that will please Thomas Tuchel, because for all the new signings that Chelsea have made, there was a pretty solid base of experienced players who've been at the club, and that front three is pretty new. They linked up superbly for that opener.
Well, yeah, and they were all involved after Conte had broken up play on the edge of the Chelsea penalty area and set Havertz on his way. you got a sense that the outcome was inevitable. Havertz seemed to swallow up 30 metres of ground in next to no time, helped it on to Timo Werner, who did likewise, carrying the ball from halfway to the edge of the penalty area. And then the pass had to be perfect across the face of goal, and it was. And Ziyech was the one to apply the finish. But I think you could have interchanged the players' roles in that move in any number of different ways, and the outcome would have been the same. We were talking at the start of the game about how this was two teams coming into the night without a prolific goal scorer at their disposal, or at least they weren't going to have a prolific goal scorer in the Champions League this season in their starting lineup. But it was Chelsea who adapted to that situation by far the better, because they were a threat all night, those three.
It will be disappointing, Kevin, for Atletico, because I think my feeling was at 2-0 in a Champions League tie, you think, well, 2 goals, of course, is possible in a half. And Atletico can do that. We've seen them do that to Liverpool even at this stage last season. But given the way the first 3 halves of football are gone, I just couldn't see how Atletico were going to suddenly turn into a team that would find a way through.
No, and I think what was really notable about the tie, and particularly this game, was how much Saul and Koke struggled in midfield. They were overrun, they were outnumbered, they were finding it really difficult to get any kind of rhythm. They never really got Joao Felix in positions where he could hurt Chelsea consistently. It went so badly for Luis Suarez. He was taken off after an hour in this second leg. And I think they will look back at it, Atletico, and they will be disappointed that they weren't able to really lay a glove on Chelsea over the 2 legs. But let's not take anything away from Chelsea. I thought they were sensational.
Nice finish as well to the game for Chelsea. Very satisfying, Stephen, when you see a counter-attack like that pay off.
Yeah, well, for the clinching goal, Rob.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and they deserved it, and they ruthlessly exploited the gaps that had been made available by Atletico, trying to push for an unlikely route back into the game. You can see we've just seen it again on the monitor, the celebrations being led by Thiago Silva. And if you consider the experience that he's got both at international, continental and domestic level, that the way that the joy in his face at that moment to clinch Chelsea's progress, he'll hope that he's able to be fit to play a part now in the quarter-final stage of the competition. But yeah, they were so good in so many different areas tonight, Chelsea, and we thought it would be an evening, didn't we, of few opportunities, but they took the 2 really clear-cut ones that came their way absolutely ruthlessly, and they fully deserve their place in the last 8.
A reminder, Chelsea with a 2-0 win tonight, 3-0 on aggregate. Bayern beating Lazio 2-1, 6-2 on aggregate. This is UEFA Champions League Match Day Live. So the Champions League quarter-final lineup is complete, and Chelsea fire a warning across Europe after breezing past Atletico.
Pulisic with options either side of him, goes left to Emerson to score for Chelsea. What a night it has been for them.
Whilst Bayern ease into the last 8 with their main man on target again.
And Lewandowski steps up, right-footed, and he scores low into the bottom left-hand corner. Bayern Munich are cruising into the next round.
We analyse all of the action, plus we look ahead to the quarter-finals on the official UEFA Champions League podcast. Welcome along, I'm Rob Daly, and we're going to look back on the action that has completed the Champions League quarter-final lineup. I'm joined by commentator Stephen Wyeth and Jackie Oatley, and we have European football expert Kevin Hatchard with us. Kevin, an intriguing night at Stamford Bridge, an impressive win for Chelsea. Perhaps one of the most interesting things was the injured Thiago Silva acting as a coach/fan from the stands in West London.
It was almost as if he'd said to himself at the start of the evening, I'm going to pretend to be the coach because he looked as nervous as a coach would be. He was giving instructions or seemed to be shouting from the stands. But what he saw was an outstanding performance from his football club. I thought they were great from back to front. I thought they defended really well, had control in midfield, attacked with pace and purpose. It was a real team performance, and I felt it was a real statement to the rest of the teams in the UEFA Champions League.
It certainly was. Okay, more to come on that. Now time for our three-word match report. Stephen Wyeth was watching Chelsea versus Atletico.
Well, in honour of the music that they play after Chelsea score in games at Stamford Bridge, my three-word match report is Atletico's Chelsea dagger.
And Jackie Oatley was watching Bayern versus Lazio. Your three-word match report, please, Jackie.
Mine is Bayern breeze through. It was all rather straightforward.
It certainly was, and we'll get more on that very shortly. Let's start with Chelsea Atletico, then at Stamford Bridge. The English side carried a 1-0 lead into this second leg, but could they hold on in London? Stephen Wyeth was your commentator.
Now Chelsea are breaking, and Werner has the ball at his feet on the left-hand side, and support arriving. Timo Werner across to Hakim Ziyech to give Chelsea the lead. And what a hugely significant moment that could be in the tie. A wonderful, scintillating counter-attack from Chelsea. Werner with the pinpoint accurate ball across the face of the penalty area, and Ziyech's shot was half saved by Oblak, but he couldn't prevent it crossing the line, hitting the back of the net, and Chelsea lead Atletico Madrid 1-0 on the night, 2-0 on aggregate. Short this time, though, to Llorente, but the pushing and shoving has continued. And someone's gone to ground, a Chelsea player's gone to ground, and a red card is out for Stefan Savic. And the indication from Daniele Assato is that he saw an elbow throw, and so Atletico Madrid 2 goals down on aggregate, and now a man down for the final 9 minutes of the tie. Pulisic with options either side of him goes left to Emerson to score for Chelsea. What a night it has been for them, and the substitute has added a little bit of gloss to the scoreline. 2-0 on the night, 3-0 on aggregate, and Chelsea are heading through to the quarterfinals.
They kept the ball superbly in that second half for that 2-0 then aggregate lead before they sealed it properly in added time. And I suppose, Stephen, even more impressive given that Jorginho, Mount and Thiago Silva, I think they would have all started tonight, were they available, did not play, and they were without their top scorer, Tammy Abraham.
Yep, and no Andreas Christensen either this evening, who had been covering for Thiago Silva in the Chelsea defence. Olivier Giroud, who has been their top scorer in the competition and got the goal in the first leg, left on the bench. Yeah, all of that seems to be a footnote now, doesn't it? On the basis of how well Chelsea played, how tactically assured they were, how brilliantly the plan that had been conjured by Thomas Tuchel was executed. It was a real statement performance and a statement win across 2 matches from Chelsea, because I think an awful lot of other clubs across Europe will be sitting up and taking note of the transformation that there has been at Stamford Bridge under Thomas Tuchel. That's a 6th consecutive clean sheet for them in all competitions, by the way, an 11th in the last 13. So they are an incredibly hard team to score against, never mind beat. Thomas Tuchel remains unbeaten since he arrived, setting a new club record, 13 matches unbeaten. You just really think, hang on a second, what might this team be able to achieve in Europe this season?
You go down Thomas Tuchel's coaching shopping list, and it was all there. Defensive discipline, quality in midfield, control in midfield, options all the time for the ball carrier. That's the heart of his football. It's having those multiple options for the ball carrier, so they've always got somewhere to go. Speed on the counter-attack, hard work without the ball. The press was excellent at times. I thought Werner and Havertz really led that. And everything he would want in a performance across those 2 legs was there. And they've made the La Liga leaders look pretty ordinary over those 2 games. They're not an ordinary team. They're a very good team. But Chelsea have nullified all of their qualities and been able to impose their game on Diego Simeone's side.
Thomas Tuchel's been in charge for 50 days. Incredible what he's done so far. Let's hear from the man who opened the scoring tonight, Hakim Ziyech.
It's always a good feeling when you come 1-0 front, and then especially when you make it by yourself. And I think delivery from Timo was good as well, and I think the pass from Kai before as well. It was a little bit like seeing how the game will go, and the first 10 minutes, and I think after 10 minutes we had the control and play our game, and I think we did well.
Big night for Hakim Ziyech as well, scoring. He's a player with plenty of Champions League experience and scored 4 of his 7 goals in the competition against Spanish opposition, Real Madrid 2, Valencia 1 and Atletico 1. And he was well functioning in that front three, Stephen.
Yeah, he turns 28 on Friday, so he's at a stage in his career where you would expect that he has the ability to influence games. He wasn't one of those players that came to Chelsea ahead of the start of this season who would have been seen as a gamble. He'd been there, seen it and done it with Ajax, was part of their side that reached the semi-finals in 2019. So he was very much seen as a banker. And he started to deliver on that in recent times, and certainly this goal tonight is the standout moment of his time so far for Chelsea in terms of what it means for them, what it's contributed for them. And you could see as he undertook his media duties after the game, the joy that has brought him, both as an individual, and I'm sure that is reflected collectively within the dressing room, that they are a buoyant side. There is belief, there is confidence all of a sudden, and that is a pretty infectious thing to have at such a critical stage of the season.
Let's hear from the winning head coach, Thomas Tuchel.
We were absolutely not afraid, and to put it maybe on a physical level, this game, if we don't get offensive solutions all the time, because it is hard to create chances against them, and it's hard to enjoy games. They are a very tough team to play, but we are as well. So we enjoyed the battle. I think the guys were totally on, totally sharp, and everybody enjoyed the competition, and we were super hungry to go through.
Chelsea are unbeaten in their 13 games under Thomas Tuchel. Kevin, how has he so quickly been able to relay very complex tactical ideas to a group of players, other than a couple of them, Thiago Silva and Pulisic perhaps, that he hadn't worked with before?
He's an excellent coach, and he is pragmatic in the sense that he said that when he was on the plane to London, he was thinking about how he was going to organise the team. He was working with his coaching team, and they hit upon the back three because they played Wolverhampton Wanderers in this first Premier League game, and they didn't want overload, so they thought, okay, we'll pick a back three. It worked. He got some ideas across to the players. They drew 0-0, but he saw enough in that to think, okay, we don't need to change this. This is the platform that we build upon. He's always been excellent at getting quite complex ideas across to players in quite simple terms. And you have to operate within the structure he gives you, because if you don't, you are out. He's very, very plain with that. And we saw with Callum Hudson-Odoi when he had that game against Southampton in the Premier League, when he came on as a sub and he was taken off again. And a lot of players, especially former players, said, oh, you don't do that, it's a cardinal sin. He doesn't care. He will do it. If you're not doing what you want him to do, he will act. And I think the players actually respect that. And so he's given them a tactical framework, but then they have to do it. And I think they've really appreciated the tactical input and knowing exactly what he wants from them. And we've seen tonight Timo Werner operating in a specific role without the ball in terms of chasing people down, and then with the ball running in behind, using that pace. And he will always try and get the best out of players and play to their strengths. Sometimes there'll be strengths they don't even know they have, but he's seen something in them and he will get them playing in that way.
And I wonder whether there's a situation which he perhaps didn't have the luxury of at his previous club, where he's not having to deal with anyone sort of questioning his authority. There's no wrestling for power. There's no huge individual egos at play. He can work with a team. He can work with a unit. We've talked a little bit tonight about how the team came together. They were greater than the sum of their parts. There isn't a standout superstar player or two in this Chelsea team. They are a collective, and I wonder whether from Tuchel's coaching point of view, that is something that is a better fit for him.
That's an interesting point, because I suppose Eden Hazard had really been the guy who did most of the brilliant stuff for Chelsea, and you knew that the team was built around him. A brilliant win for Chelsea. They're into their first quarter-final since 2014. Atletico defender Kieran Trippier couldn't help but acknowledge the quality of the opposition.
Every team in the Champions League is a tough opponent, but you've got to give a lot of credit to the manager. Defensively now they're very strong. I think they've only conceded just a few goals now. And you see the squad, they've got a fantastic team. You see the players coming off the bench, and the best team won on the night, but good luck to them.
Kieran Trippier, who was back in the Atletico team tonight. Let's talk about where things didn't happen for them, Stephen, because it didn't really feel like over the course of the two legs that they really posed Chelsea too many defensive problems. Going forward, they just seemed quite lacking over the two legs.
No, it's difficult to put your finger on it because there's so many good players in that Atletico Madrid side, and there was so many potential tie winners for them in the teams across the two legs, but they just weren't able to put it together. And it feels like one of those situations where rather than focusing too much on what Atletico did wrong, it was what Chelsea prevented them from doing that Chelsea were getting right. They just made life so tricky. Kevin was talking about it in the latter stages of the commentary this evening, that everything they had to do tonight, they had to do in a hurry. There was no easy pass. There was no easy moment to control the ball and consider your options. What few chances they had to get a shot away were always hurried. There was a lack of stability about everything that Atletico Madrid did this evening, and they just weren't able to come to terms with the intensity with which Chelsea were able to play those 90 minutes.
And all of the things that Atletico would normally do to such great effect in La Liga, get Llorente forward, get Trippier forward, get Carrasco on the other side forward, create those crossing opportunities, create those overloads. That never happened for them. They were never able to get that going. They couldn't get Joao Felix and Luis Suarez in areas where they could really hurt Chelsea. I can't think of a single chance really that Suarez had over the two legs. Joao Felix had some bright moments because he's Joao Felix, because in tight spaces he makes things happen and he can come up with an individual moment. Was he able to dominate the game? No. What I hope doesn't happen, and I really fervently hope this doesn't happen, is that people look at this tie and say, oh, well, it's Joao Felix. They signed him for so much money. This is the kind of platform he should be shining upon. He has to have the ball. He has to have the ball in areas where he can hurt teams. Didn't really get it enough.
Atletico, however, may have done themselves a favour in terms of the Spanish Liga title race, not further involved in the Champions League, eliminated tonight. More on that shortly. Wednesday's other match took place in Germany, where Bayern had a commanding 4-1 lead from the first leg against Italian side Lazio. But could the Serie A side perform a miracle in Munich?
Goretzka's gone down inside the penalty area. The referee has pointed to the spot, and the Lazio defenders are crowding around the referee. He's shown a yellow card to Acerbi. Bayern have a penalty, and Lewandowski steps up, right-footed, and he scores low into the bottom left-hand corner with plenty of pace and power. Pepe Reina went the opposite way, and Bayern Munich are cruising into the next round. And Eric Choupo-Moting has made it 2 just moments after he came onto the pitch, and that has certainly settled it. It was clear before that Bayern had been coasting into the quarterfinals, and Eric Choupo-Moting has made absolutely sure. Free kick to Lazio, and it's a consolation. Lazio have managed to pull the goal back on the night, and it's another game in which Bayern have failed to keep a clean sheet. Parolo with the header from Andreas Pereira's free kick, and it was so easy for Parolo.
Good night for German coaches Tuchel and Flick into the last 8, along with Klopp and Edin Terzic. Half the head coaches in the quarterfinals of the Champions League are from Germany, while Bayern are into their 19th quarterfinal. That is a new competition record. Jackie, I suppose we didn't genuinely think it was in danger going into tonight that Bayern would not go through to the next round. But what was the objective and how did they go about it in Munich this evening?
Yeah, the objective was to maintain the kind of momentum that they wanted to take back into the Bundesliga, and they wanted to dominate, and they did just that. They did want a clean sheet. They didn't manage that. That's the only blot on the copybook. There was that late free kick by Andreas Pereira, the two substitutes combining, and it was Marco Parolo completely unmarked at the far post to head home past Nubel. And that's something that Hansi Flick won't be happy about, letting a 35-year-old score, by the way, becoming the third oldest player to score a Champions League knockout goal behind Paolo Maldini and Ryan Giggs. You could have guessed those two, couldn't you? Not a huge shock. But they were the dominant side. Bayern, they were in the first leg, but the key thing was in the first leg that Lazio made it really quite easy for them with so many defensive errors. There were 4 of the goals over the 6 in the 2 legs, which were really defensive howlers from a Lazio point of view. But they were so much more improved in this game, and they had a couple of opportunities before Robert Lewandowski's penalty. Correa and Milinkovic-Savic in that first half. But it has to be said, Lewandowski had another chance to score. He rifled the ball against the left-hand post, and it came back and it hit Reina in the back of the head, but didn't go in. That would have made it 2. But there was a flurry of substitutions for both sides in the second half. And Bayern really had another gear to go to if they wanted to. And it was great for them. They'd have been delighted that Eric Choupo-Moting managed to score with his first touch after coming off the bench. Lovely through ball from David Alaba for that. So overall, they'll be very satisfied. They were the better side by far over the 2 legs. Lazio, relatively happy that they were improved in the second half, but they'll still be frustrated that they did make it a little bit too easy for Bayern, who of course will have far greater challenges to come. But it's 5 wins in a row for them now to take into the rest of their league campaign, starting with Stuttgart at home on Saturday.
I think if you take the DFB Cup exit out of the equation, and that was a hefty blow because they went out to second-tier opposition in Holstein Kiel, it's been a remarkable season for Bayern when you think that they went all the way in this competition and won it last season. Very tight turnaround between seasons. They've won the UEFA Super Cup, they've won the DFL Super Cup, they've won the Club World Cup. So they've racked up those tournament wins. They are top of the Bundesliga by 4 points and will feel that they can go on from here. As long as they don't lose in Leipzig, they'll feel they can go on from here and win it. And they are one of the main contenders, I believe the favourites still, to win this tournament as well. Given the workload, given how many games they've had, given the level they've had to reach time after time after time, it has been a remarkable effort.
Jackie, you mentioned in commentary that obviously the objective second half was to keep the clean sheet, because we know that Bayern are having their worst defensive season in the league in this century. How much of a concern will that be for Hansi Flick into the latter stages of this competition? This team do tend to concede 1 or 2 goals a game.
They do, and that's 7 games in a row now. And for a side that's so dominant, that's won virtually everything, as Kev said there, not quite everything, but virtually everything, and they will be frustrated by that. It's the one thing that they really can tighten up on and improve on. And I think the slightly alarming thing for Hansi Flick there was that they allowed Parolo to have so much time and space. He was completely unmarked from a set piece, completely unmarked at the far post to head past Nubel, who frankly had very little to do in the rest of that game. So yes, he'll be satisfied overall that his side has won another game they've gone through, but he will be frustrated that in the 82nd minute they switched off psychologically and they did allow that goal to happen. And of course, with those far sterner tests to come in the last 8, they can't afford to do that. So that's something that he'll look at. But overall, it was fairly straightforward.
They haven't lost in the Champions League for a couple of years now, since beaten by Liverpool in the round of 16 in 2018-19, and it probably is why most people have them as favourites. By the way, since the start of last season, Robert Lewandowski's been involved in more Champions League goals than any other player. That's 20 goals now and 5 assists for last season's top scorer in the competition. So we have the quarterfinal draw on Friday on UEFA.com. Of course, you can see it there. Here are the teams in the pot: Bayern, Dortmund, Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain, Porto and Real Madrid. So that's 3 English sides, 2 German, 1 Spanish, 1 French and 1 Portuguese. So what we're going to do now on the show is trying to make an argument for every single team to be a potential winner in the Champions League. Jackie, Kevin and Stephen, myself, Rob Daly. So we've provisionally given everyone teams. So Jackie, you can start with Bayern. Make the case. Not a tough one, I imagine, that Bayern are going to win the Champions League.
Oh, that's a shocker you give me there. It's so hard. I can't believe you just dropped me in that one. No, not at all. It's fairly straightforward to make a case for them in the sense that, well, they have a vast number of supremely talented players. And the fact that they have strength in depth. Yes, they've clearly got injury problems and they've had problems throughout the season. But the fact that they are used to winning major trophies, they are psychologically used to it. They know what it takes to win major trophies and to get over the line. They do need to sort out the clean sheet issue. That's certainly a problem for them to work on. But the fact that they have that strength in depth and so many winners in the side, it's not difficult to make a case.
Kev, very quick one. Is this as strong as Bayern squad as last season with the tweaks that we have seen?
I would say no because of Thiago's exit, because I think that robs them of a slightly different approach in midfield. So I think they're very much relying on that Goretzka and Kimmich axis in midfield. I think with him in the squad, they had a different option.
And with Tolisso injured, they're a little thinner there. Okay, Dortmund, Kev, you've got to make the case for Dortmund. I think of one guy's name springs to mind for them to win the Champions League.
They've got one of the best players in the competition in Erling Haaland, and so he is a match winner. We saw that against Sevilla. I've got to be honest, I thought Sevilla were the favourites for that tie, and then Haaland blew them away. It was an excellent performance. Jadon Sancho, I think, even though he's been injured recently, 2021's been his year. I think he's been back to his best. If they can tighten up defensively, and that is a big if, they do have an opportunity, because if you give guys like Haaland and Sancho at least the opportunity to win games, then you're in with a shot. If you're giving away cheap goals, then that's a real problem. But if they can tighten up, they've got a chance.
Stephen, you've seen Chelsea tonight make the case that they're going to win their second European Cup.
Well, if they're not going to win the European Cup, somebody's going to have to beat them. And they haven't lost for 14 matches. They're the form team left in the competition. Anybody else left in the competition unbeaten in 14 matches? I think not. And if Atletico Madrid can't stop Chelsea scoring, who's going to stop Chelsea scoring? And they're not conceding goals at the other end. That is an 11th clean sheet in their last 13 matches. They are, all of a sudden, they've come from nowhere to look like they're among the favourites.
Jackie, you have Liverpool who've managed to muster up a couple of wins of late.
Yes, they had that 2-0 victory over Leipzig, gave them confidence going into their Premier League game at Wolves. Everyone's talking about the 6 home league defeats in a row, but they've now won 4 out of 5 on the road, so that's not too bad, is it? I mean, it was a very tight game at Molineux. It could have gone either way, and maybe should have had a couple of penalties against them. Some might say definitely should have done. But yeah, Liverpool, I mean, not as strong a case as in previous years for fairly obvious reasons that, you know, they've had a bit of a nightmare in terms of the league campaign this year. But again, they know what it takes to get over the line. And if they can just get some of their injury problems sorted, then they'll be strong again. And it's just a case of focusing fully on the Champions League now.
Kevin, to be cynical, I imagine the other 7 teams in the draw will be looking at Porto and thinking we'd like Porto in the quarterfinals. Why would they be a bad team to face at this stage?
Juventus probably thought that too, to be honest.
I think they did probably,
and got a shock. And Porto, I have felt for a while, needed a moment in the UEFA Champions League in the knockout phase, because they've had situations where they've gone through the group stage and then they've been smacked by Liverpool. And so that's going to drain the confidence. But they've beaten Juventus. They've managed to keep Cristiano Ronaldo at arm's length across those 2 legs. Defensively, they're very strong. Sergio Conceição is an incredibly competitive coach and a very well-organised coach as well. They gave Manchester City a bit of a scare in Manchester early in that game. I know they lost 3-1, but they gave them a few problems. And I think it would all have to be perfect, more or less, but maybe.
I don't know who's going to win it now. I think everyone's going to win it. Stephen, you've got Real Madrid.
I can give you 13 reasons why Real Madrid are going to be the UEFA Champions League winners this season. That they started in 1956, most recently in 2018. They've won this title in 4 of the last 7 seasons. Why can they not be the team to go on and lift the trophy again? They've won it nearly twice as often as the next best club, AC Milan. Once they get to the last 8, once their eye is on the prize, not too many people would bet against them.
Jackie, Manchester City are many people's favourites now. Is that right?
They'd be my favourites, absolutely. I mean, they are so dominant domestically. I mean, they're 14 points clear, albeit with an extra game played more than Manchester United. So they don't really have to worry too much about the Premier League. And the fact that they just have so many options, more so than Bayern, who we were talking about before, certainly in terms of players off the bench. The fact that Pep himself says, I'm very fortunate. I can rotate 5 or 6 players per game. And I think defensively, the fact that it's going so well, having Stones back in defence, what a season he's having started the campaign perhaps as not being a regular starter, but that partnership at the back is going so well. Wonderful platform for them and goals galore, so they would be my favourites.
Okay, I think Man City are going to win it, or is it going to be Paris Saint-Germain, Kevin Hatchard?
I think they grew up a lot in last season's run to the final. I think they matured as a group. You have Neymar, who's becoming a real leader. Kylian Mbappe is one of the best players on the planet right now. You have a coach in Mauricio Pochettino who hasn't had a lot of time to work with them, but he will make them solid as a unit. And with that star power in attack, they've got every chance.
Okay, good cases from everyone. Now we're going to pick our dream ties for the round of 16 draw, which is on Friday, midday, Central European time. You can watch it on UEFA.com. No seedings, no country protection, and we do the quarterfinal and semi-final draws as well. I would like Chelsea versus Paris Saint-Germain. Thomas Tuchel straight back to Paris in the last state. Stephen, what do you reckon? Your dream tie of those 8 teams?
Well, there are 3 English teams through to the last 8, and I'd like to see 2 of them meet each other in the quarterfinals. I would like Chelsea against Manchester City because I just think tactically that might be the tie that leads Pep Guardiola down his free-form jazz approach to negotiating the latter stages of the Champions League, and that would be a lot of fun.
Okay, Kevin, go.
I would like the Klopp Classicer, Liverpool against Dortmund.
Okay, yeah, lots of people seem to on that one. Of course, the Europa League Classic from a few years ago with Tuchel involved in the Dortmund dugout. Jackie, what do you reckon?
Chelsea, Porto, bit of history of various players between those two, but I want to keep the English sides apart, and I'd like to see a Bayern-Man City final, please, if you could sort that.
Okay, we'll try. We'll do our best. Okay, let's get players of the night then, quickie. Jackie, your man of the match from Bayern.
Man of the match, I would say Zane.
Okay, Stephen, player of the match from Stamford Bridge.
Tactician, coach, cheerleader. There were so many good performances on the pitch. I'm going with Thiago Silva.
Very good. And Kevin, your unsung hero of the night.
I'll go for a player who actually played, N'Golo Kanté. He's terrific.
Okay, thank you very much, team. Great night. That is all for now. Our live commentary show, Matchday Live, will be back on Tuesday, the 6th of April from 8 p.m. CET for full coverage of the first night of quarter-final action. You can listen to that on the Champions League app and on UEFA.com for free wherever you are in the world. A reminder of the last 8. Bayern, City, Real Madrid, Porto, Chelsea, Paris Saint-Germain, Liverpool and Dortmund isn't bad at all. And don't forget to download our podcast shortly after every match night. Just search for Champions League on your podcast provider and you'll find us there as well. But for now, from me and the rest of the UEFA Champions League Matchday Live team, it's goodbye.
You've been listening to UEFA Champions League Matchday Live.